Hey, Ron.
But, Mr. Nava, go ahead and mute yourself, though. Go ahead and mute.
Edith? Edith, you said good. Does that mean you heard me perfectly?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead and mute me back.
Oh. Hello, everyone.
You got here too early, Ariana. Didn't have to show up till 7. Oh, well.
Yeah, I logged off after.
Good. I wasn't thinking. I would have told you earlier.
Whenever you're ready.
Whenever you're ready. I am muted. Have to have it green. All right, thank you. Welcome to our August 18th board meeting. Roll call. We have 6 board members present. Mr. Knaxak is on remote. I want to welcome for the first time this year our student representatives. I know we have William Machado. Is he present here? William? Nice to see you, William. We have Adriana Galvan on remote. Nice to see you, Ariana. Do we have Emma Glenville from Bear Creek High? Next time. Okay, so we only have 2. Welcome to our meeting, and we will have some questions for you later on, and hang in there with us. Would you please rise for the pledge?
Here.
There is no report on actions from closed session. We have the superintendent's report. Dr. Washer?
Thank you, Mr. Nava, members of the board. Thank you for welcoming our student reps. It seemed really strange for so long not to have our students here, so welcome and thank you for acknowledging them. A couple things this evening. I want to follow up with some issues that have come to the attention of some of our board members. Mr. Knapp has asked for some information on issues that are out there. Contract workers, there has been some questions on whether or not they are wearing masks or following health and safety guidelines when they're out on the site on our facilities. And just want to assure us that Mr. Khan and his team communicate with our contract employees who are doing facility work and contractors out there to make sure that they know they are to wear masks when they are in common areas. And we do have signs posted around the campuses as well. Also, some questions about custodians and we have safety procedures. Want to recognize and acknowledge. Oh my gosh, did you not hear anything I said? Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. Apologize for that. Needed assistance with putting my headset on correctly. We had some questions about custodians and following health and safety guidelines. I want to assure you that our custodians and M&O crew have been doing a phenomenal job during this whole entire time, beginning in March when this first hit. It came in their direction very quickly. They were on the front lines. Just want to thank them for all their work. And yes, they are following our health and safety protocols. They do wear masks in the common areas and when they're cleaning classrooms. And just want to assure folks that if anybody has any questions or concerns about that, to please Feel free to contact the site administrator so that we can make any corrections if we need to. Been some questions about what health and safety guidelines we follow. There are many agencies out there who have put out packets of information, guidelines, what they would consider best practices. We follow the San Joaquin County Public Health guidelines, as well as the San Joaquin County Office of Education. They work hand in hand, those two agencies. They have put out a document early on when this started about guidelines to follow. They have done some amendments. They put out guidance and best practices, and that is the document that we follow. So if there's any question about which set of guidelines we look at and adhere to, it is from our county public health and our county Office of Education. Want to recognize our school staff who have been working on getting materials out to our students and parents. Classified folks have been helping a great deal, as well as our administrative staff at the school sites. We have other folks, teachers, LPPA members who are out there volunteering to help get the materials out, whether it's Chromebook needs or textbooks, packets, student supplies. There's been a lot of that activity going on before school started, and they did a fantastic job. So I just want to thank everybody for helping with that. Want to recognize a couple teachers who allowed Chelsea Von Gier and I to pop into their virtual classrooms and see firsthand what's going on. I want to say thank you to Mrs. Hudo at Mosier Elementary School. Just an incredible lesson and engaging with our younger students, helping them with letter recognition. They were working on the letter C, and teacher's cat was also helping via the cell phone, just making it fun and engaging for the students as they were working on the letter C. Want to thank Mrs. McCoy from Krista McCullough. She had every one of her 7th graders online with her and engaged in her lesson. Every one of her 7th graders were with her in attendance and participating. She was doing a lesson on engineering, and she had students whole group for the lesson, and then did breakout groups where they could work on their projects together online. Fascinating things, just fantastic things happening out there. Just 2 examples of the incredible work being done by our teachers, and I want to thank them for letting us visit. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Dr. Washer. We'll have comments from the public. A 20-minute time period has been set aside for the public to address the board on items not listed on the agenda. Each public speaker shall limit his or her comments to 3 minutes due to restrictions imposed by the California Brown Act regarding discussing topics that are not on the agenda. Board members may not engage in dialogue about the issues. How many comments do we have, Michelle?
We have one.
One?
Araceli Vega.
Repeat that, please.
Araceli Vega.
All right, put them on. You're on.
She's currently not on.
Okay, so we have no other comments besides her, and she's not on. We will proceed with our agenda. We have comments from the board. Yes, Mr. Heberly. I'm sorry, I didn't do that. I said no actions on closed session report.
Oh,
Okay.
great.
Yeah, okay, all right. Comments from the board. Let's start out with Mr. Porter today.
Thank you, Mr. Nava. I would like to, first of all, praise the teachers again. I tried to do a distance learning class on my own, and I struggled horribly. The fact that our teachers are doing this, putting out this curriculum every day is amazing. I know the amount of work they're doing is way over the top. Distance learning is not easy. It is more simple to be in the classroom. A lot easier for our teachers, even though it's a very difficult job. But distance learning is one big hurdle for them, given all that they have to put out. It's especially difficult when you've got to keep your Zoom open and scroll and try to keep an eye on the students that are in your class, make sure that they're on task and they're not doing things that are inappropriate. When you're on Zoom, taking attendance, how do you do that? I know that a lot of kids are struggling with their Chromebooks. They're having problems with audio, and hopefully that tech will be working on that and getting things done so we can alleviate some of those issues. It's discerning that some of the kids are falling a little bit behind, but I know the teachers are doing everything they can to make contact with every student. I have heard some reports from Tokyo High School that class sizes are very unreasonable. I'm hoping that Mr. Palmquist will be able to work with the staff over there to alleviate some of the problems that we're having. If we need to open up more sections and maybe have more teachers go 120 or bring in more FTEs, let's do it. Class sizes of 50 are outrageous, and they have that. Class sizes of 40 are outrageous, and they have that. Class sizes above 35 are outrageous, and they have that. So it is a very difficult task. I know one teacher that is teaching 5 periods, and she has 185 students. That is totally unacceptable. And these are actual physical bodies in the classroom. And when they ask for assistance and they're told, you know, I'm doing the best that I can from their site admin, that's not good enough. So Mr. Palmquist, if you could look into that and we can get some resolution, at least from what I hear from Tokyo. I don't know what's happening at the other high schools. I do know that we have class limit sizes at the K through 3, but it seems like the high schools are bearing the brunt with these large numbers. And just because they're on distance learning, I think some administrators have lost the touch of the classroom. That still means they have a lot of students, whether it be on distance learning or in their classroom. 50 kids is 50 kids. And when you're trying to scroll because your Zoom won't take 50 students' faces and you're trying to do a demo in a lab, that is really unfair. So again, I'm kind of stressing that point with Mr. Palmquist today. And I know based on his work and his effort and his passion, he'll get after that and take care of those teachers over at Tokyo and get some resolution. And finally, a shout out to Ms. Castle. She was in the Lodi News Sentinel, and they showed a day in the life of a distance learning teacher. And they had some really great insight to what our teachers are going through and different platforms they have to run to be successful. So if you could see that article, I think it ran last Tuesday, it for our parents, it would give you an idea of what the high school teachers at least are going through to be engaging and show different types of platforms and different software they're using to open up curriculum and expand children's horizons and learning. And that's all I have, Mr. Nava. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Ms. McFarland?
First few weeks. Shout out to Edith and the tech department. I had nothing but. Mine it says I'm unmuted.
Means you have to mute, you have to put green. Green.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now?
Hey, thank you, Edith. I just wanted to say some positive words. Our tech department, thank you so much. We can always lead with all the negative, but I'd like to lead with a little bit of positive. The tech department, thank you. Teachers, amazing job. I'm running into you all over town. I'm also hearing from you. You're doing a heck of a job. I can't imagine trying to engage students on a screen. I am having a hard enough time getting my technology working correctly daily. CSEA, thank you so much. Nutrition department, thank you for getting those lunches to our students. LPPA, thank you for all you do. Special ed, hang in there. I could go on and on. District cabinet, I can't imagine the hours that you are working. Assistant superintendents, I can't imagine the hours that you are working. Kathy, I can't imagine the hours that you are working. Mr. McKilligan, thank you. I run into quite a few teachers and they say, are you aware of the extra hours and the amount of time we're putting in? Yes, we are. And I also want to say that there are a lot of people putting in a lot of time. So thank you all for the extra hours. This is going to be one for the books when we get past this and we're all back in our classrooms. We're going to all discuss about the year of 2020 and what we went through. And I keep looking to the future and the positive that we will be back in our classrooms, and I can't wait for that day. And I hope that we continue to see positive things. And I want to give the parents at home that are struggling with their computer my empathy, but I know it when you're sitting there at 8:15 in the morning and your computer's not working. Empathy is not what you want from board member McFarland. You would like your darn computer to come up and work and your child be engaged. Hang in there. We're all having some tech problems, and I think it's the situation we're in, and it will get better. We just have to stay the course. Thank you, President Nava.
Thank you, Ms. McFarland. Mr. Knapsack. Gary?
Thank you, President Nava. I just want to echo and say thank you to all of our Lodi district family. Hang in there, everybody. You're doing great, and the bumps will get smoothed out. Keep it up. Thanks.
Thank you, Gary. Mr. Freitas?
Thank you, President Nava, and I thank my fellow board members for their comments. I joined this. Hey, we are open again, and we did something that no district in Lodi's history has ever done before, which is a complete virtual opening first day of school. So a round of applause, I think, to everyone involved. Our parents, our students, our teachers, our CSEA, our administrators, our cabinet. This is absolutely unprecedented, and I pray to God that we never ever have to do this again. That we pull this off, and that we are there with some semblance of accomplishment is quite an amazing feat, considering that this was dropped in our lap 6 months ago, and that we've virtually are doing this from scratch. And the horror stories from other districts are not being repeated in this district. So I'm very, very excited of what we're doing and what we're accomplishing. And one of the things that we accomplished is that we have our students here tonight. That is fantastic. You students have no idea what you bring to our meetings and the conduit you are to the community. So welcome to our meeting. We're going to grill you on your reports. They better be good. No, I'm just kidding. But we're very excited to have our students here. One of the things that's also very challenging in this day and age with our openings is our special ed. And that's what I'm hearing from my constituents, that there are challenges with special ed. And I challenge everybody that we can do the absolute best that we can. These kids deserve our best. We're not only, it's the right thing to do, but it's also what we're legally obligated to do. So we have a lot of challenges in this area, and look forward to the solutions that's going to there to help these amazing kids that can do amazing things. So much of this over and over again, it comes back to attitude. I can't take credit for the line. I don't know if George was the first one to say it or one of my other board members, but a positive attitude is taking this so much further, and I really appreciate people who do this. The other thing is we have a special board meeting coming up. That's on the 28th, 27th? 27th. And I had meetings looking at the future of Lodi. And the question is where does Lodi go next? And the big planners are looking to the possibility that what's Lodi going to look like when it's knocking up against I-5 in 100 years? And we have to make plans for this. I am so glad that we are dedicating a meeting to what our future looks like, our facilities look like, because quite frankly, we're bound on the north by the McCalmy, and we're bound on the east by I-5 and the industrial park. So all these new homes, which are in the thousands on the south and on the west side, we do not have the schools for them. So I'm looking forward to this being part of our next meeting's discussion of what we're going to do, especially since this is my area, and this is where our families are going to be, and how we're going to serve these individuals and be prepared for their onslaught. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Nava, and thank you, board. Those are the comments I have for this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Freitas. Mr. Neely.
Thank you, Mr. Nava. You hear me okay? Okay.
Yes.
A couple things. First of all, I also want to express my gratitude to the entire LUSD staff for everything that you guys have put into this. It's just been unbelievable. And I'm so proud, not only of our staff, but also of our parents and our kids. I look at those attendance figures and I'm impressed. I did not think we would be at this point at this time. And so families, you guys have kicked in there too. You've used our tech support line quite a bit, and that's great. That's what it's there for. We've had, thank God we had that thing in place at the time. I know there's been issues, but there are always issues with something new. A couple of things I'd like to go over. First of all, and I understand the frustration of some of the parents that really don't want to participate in district learning. They want their kids back at school, and I so get that, because we all do. We all want this thing to be over and get them back. Unfortunately, we can't. Now, we've been getting some emails that say, oh, you guys just aren't or cowering down to politicians. Well, actually, the chief doctor for the county says that there should be no in-person learning at this time. So we've got to stick with that for a while. Now, the way to get over this is to get rid of the virus. And the way to get rid of the virus is to wear masks, wash your hands, use social distancing, not just when you're at work, but all the time. If we can do this, we can get this virus under control and we can get the kids back in school where they belong to. So I'm going to continue to advocate for that. Let's try all that we can to get rid of this thing. Dr. Washer, I think I saw some planning going on for level 2, for our movement to level 2. That's fantastic. I was going to mention that tonight, but you guys are already on top of it, and that's fantastic. So at some other time, maybe you could give us a report. There's no hurry on that. Maybe a couple of weeks or so, give us a report on that. One more thing real quick. We're missing one of the political conventions tonight. We got another one next week, and I'm hoping that that's something that Lodi Unified is sending out some resources to our teachers and our classes that say, hey, if you want to talk about the whole political structure, the landscape, greatly reduced from what it is, but just maybe the process. I think that would be a great idea, especially this year when we've got them being held virtually. Hopefully that'll never happen again. So this is a point in history that maybe our kids need to remember. The last thing I want to talk about is something that I feel very strongly about. And I am concerned that our younger kids, our K-3 kids, are having a much tougher time with distant learning, particularly at our Title I schools. Now, I don't have any data to back me up on this, but I know that at some of our Title I schools, we've got some of our parents aren't as well versed in technology as maybe they would like to be. We need to do something outside of the regular school hours to be able to help these students and these families, whether that's hiring additional tutors or whatever we have to do to get these kids that extra learning. They're missing that involvement with the teacher in the classroom. They're missing hearing that over and over and seeing the teacher. So the only way we may be able to do this is to back it up with a little more support, both for the families and those kids. So Dr. Washer, I'm going to ask you to look into that for us. And if you can come back with something on that, it would be fantastic. And Mr. Nava, that's all I got. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Neely. Mr. Heberly.
Thank you, Mr. Nava. Let me make sure. Yep, I'm on. Okay, some of the things I wanted to say have already been said, and I just wanted to echo that. I'm very appreciative and proud of our teachers who are making the best out of a very difficult situation. Like previously said, all distance learning was not by choice. That was the situation that we have to follow. And so we're going to follow it. And I really do appreciate people stepping up, trying to make it the best that they possibly can. And really, why? Well, obviously, the reason why is because of our children. We have a responsibility to take care of them, and people take that really seriously to heart. And they're working extra long hours to try to make that work for them. But let's not forget also the parents. It's not easy for them. It's very difficult. It could be even something like, they may not be able to have access with their children all day long. They come home from work and they have to make sure the kids are following the independent study portions of their school day. And so that's taking extra effort, extra time for our parents and families also. It is a burden on everyone. And I'd also echo what has already previously been said, is that I too am looking forward to the day that we can get back to some semblance of normalcy with in-person instruction. We all know that that is absolutely the best for kids. There are a lot of side issues based on distance learning that are very negative for the isolation for kids and so on and so forth. I don't need to elaborate on that. American Academy of Pediatrics, the CDC, they all do recognize that those are absolute issues that our children and families are facing. But they also say that, we still have to be very vigilant about being safe and being careful. So again, teachers, thank you so much. Parents, thank you so much. And let's not forget all of the support workers that we have. Now, even one of them that has been highlighted tonight by some previous board members is technology. Now, let's face it, let's not kid ourselves. Everybody knew that there were going to be some glitches with technology, whether it's the system itself or whether it's operator error as a grandparent trying to help. Yeah, until you kind of get to the system, you kind of, oh, that's how it works. So, that's on the people at home too. So just all of that support is definitely needed. I would love to be able to see ways or hear about ways in which we are helping emotionally with kids or families that are having some issues, whether it's anxiety, stress, whatever, that we have a mechanism that they could call in, and we have groups that would support them. So again, thank you, teachers, parents, and staff for all the work that you've done. It has not been easy, and we are hopefully going to get back to somewhat normal soon. So that's all for distance learning. I too am hearing about large class sizes in secondary, and that is very concerning to me. I am very much a class size advocate. Class size absolutely matters. Just that contact that you have with kids, if you have too many of them, you're just marching through the day and there's really no connection. And those connections really help kids bonding. It helps them with education and their academics and all that. So again, let's really think about the class sizes, look at them. If there are more sections, I would like to echo what Mr. Porter said. If we need more sections, get them. And I know that's easier said than done, but I believe it to the core that that is a very high priority. I did have some other comments about distance learning, and I'll hold that for our report item. Thank you, Mr. Nava.
Thank you, Mr. Heberly. Yes,
President,
Mr. Freitas.
I too also wanted to acknowledge Jen Castle and her article in the Lodi News Sentinel. There's been a lot of interviews that have been done, but this one was especially touching, not only because it was our own district, but it really put a human face in many of the challenges and accomplishments that can be done. She did an outstanding job with it, and I very much appreciate her opening her home up to help the district out and explain many of the pitfalls and what all is involved. So I thought it was an outstanding piece, and I thank my colleagues for mentioning it here tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Freitas. Thanks, board, for all your positive thoughts. It would be redundant for me to repeat all those things that I feel are all positive. I just have a question for Mr. Palmquist. Is there a class size requirement at the high school level? What do we have? 31 to 1?
Yeah, we staff, overall staffing is under, is 31 to 1 or under. That doesn't mean individual class sizes, they vary, but
I
yeah.
understand that, but you are working on balancing. I know that the first day, first week, it's hectic. It's hectic even if you're attending school in person, because there's sometimes you don't have enough desks for these people. And I know those problems will occur. I've taught for 40 years, and I know that those problems occurred every single year, and you can't correct them on the first day. I used to say you have 182 days to correct that, but no, you have a short period of time so those teachers can get on task and do what they're doing. They're doing a wonderful thing. I just like to share a couple of experiences. I have some grandchildren that go to Lodi Unified. I have 2 in Lodi High, 1 at McCullough, and one that actually it's a charter school. But the one that's in the 2nd grade, George, she gets up in the morning, has her cereal, gets her uniform on for school, and then she will walk over to the computer and stays right there till the class comes to session. That's the task for. That's very funny because I have never seen a child in a 2nd grade that is so focused on getting this learning done through the computer. The other one is at McCullough. She's an 8th grader, and her mother is a teacher working on the computer with a different school district. She comes downstairs, and she's glowing. I mean, perspiring and all that. And so my daughter asks, "What's wrong with you?" He says, "I just had a PE class." So she was upstairs doing the PE class. So something is happening. And every morning I see him because they walk my dog, and the one that's in the 8th grade tells me every morning like this, "Good, I'm doing something." As long as you're learning something, it's very good. I know that there's a lot of positive things that I've talked to teachers, and things are 100% better than when we turned them loose in March, which had no direction whatsoever. And finally, we got the direction, and everybody is on task. The only thing is, like I said, let's balance those classes out. And again, I feel the same way with George. Those kids that are K3, especially in the Title I schools, we got to teach them how to read. And my gosh, it's probably the most difficult thing to do on a computer, to do that. I don't know how do you do it. I have to observe some teacher that can show me on the 180 that what she's doing with the students to teach them how to read and progress. And especially it's a tough one when you don't have English speaking students. My gosh, what do you do then? I mean, I think it's telephone, communication some other way, but I know that we will get through all these hurdles. Thank you very much. Okay, I want to welcome Ariana Galvan. Ariana is from Tokyo High School, is a representative to the board. Ariana, I would like for you to tell us about yourself, tell us about your goals and what you do and so forth, and then give us a report on Tokyo High School. How's that?
Okay, hi everybody. I'm Ariana Galvan. I've been in student government. This is my second year now, and I've absolutely enjoyed it. I have a great class, and my teacher is Joseph Johnson. He's amazing, and he's done a really great job with helping me throughout these past 2 years and becoming ASB president. I'm team captain for the girls wrestling team at Tokyo. I've been wrestling since my freshman year, and wrestling is a great sport. I definitely recommend it to a lot of people. I've been super involved with school, and being ASP president has been a dream of mine, and I'm really glad that I've been able to get that done. For Tokyo, we've had a lot of great things happen, and student government has really been able to reach out to students throughout social media, which is a really big thing for us right now, to communicate with everybody and let everybody know what's happening. The ASP president from last year, she actually created an account on social media so that we can do morning announcements still. So we still do morning announcements so that everybody knows what's going on and everybody can stay informed, and it's able to be used for parents as well so that parents know what's happening. For this year, we have just started getting some ideas together, things that can still happen even with social distancing. Nothing is confirmed yet because it still is the beginning, but we would like to have some events happen. We want to have a class color day, which will be coming up pretty soon. And it's all going to be virtual. Everyone will send pictures in so we can still have a yearbook and we can still be able to make fun happen for the school year. Hold on, I'm so sorry. My dog is barking. I am so sorry. But
Welcome to distance learning.
yes. But a big thing that I want to know on is how well my teachers are doing this year. How well a lot of my brother, I have a twin brother, and his teachers are doing amazing as well. I think that our teachers have done a great job with making the best out of this. It's really hard to use the Zoom or Google Meets or whatever that the teachers are using. And even if you're a younger teacher and you know more about the internet, it's still difficult. It's hard for me to understand. It's hard for me to get onto my Zoom meetings. But I want to applaud my teachers and all the other teachers as well. They're doing a fantastic job with making it work and making sure that we are learning the best that we can. We have to make the best out of this. And as much as I would love to be in school, I still have to make the best and pray that we can go back once October comes around. For teaching wise, we have a lot of new teachers this year at Tokyo as well as new counselors, and they have done a great job with communication, with emailing, with contacting our parents. It has been fantastic. Class size, I would like to note on that, it is true. We do have some big classes. I have a class that has 36 students, but as well, my teachers are doing a great job with making it work. I think classes could be smaller, and that would be a great thing, but we do have to make the best with what we have. Tokay is doing a great job. We have Link Crew as well that has been getting in contact with freshman students to make sure that freshmen are still getting everything that they need to know with their first year of high school and adjusting from middle school until high school. So I think we have been doing a great job, and I applaud Lodi High as well and Bear Creek. I have heard great things, and I just think our teachers are doing amazing. So I'm very thankful for that.
Ariana, what a great positive person you are in complimenting all these people that serve you in the school system. What are your goals, Ariana? Going to college, or what are your goals?
Yes, I want to attend Sac State or UOP. I want to become an English teacher. I want to teach high school. Definitely juniors. That has been my dream for a really long time. If I cannot be a teacher, I would love to be a school counselor. I want to do something with the school and definitely come back to Tokay and teach. I would love to come back and give back to the teachers that helped me out a lot as well.
Very nice. Any board members have any questions for Ariana? Okay. Yes, Mr. Neely.
Just real quick, Ariana, I want to welcome you to the to our board meetings. It gets kind of interesting sometimes. So we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Okay, then we have one of our board representatives present, William Machado from Lodi High School. Welcome, William. Give us your goals and your report.
Mr. President, members of the board, thank you for having me here on behalf of Lodi High School as our student rep. I just kind of want to start off by giving a huge shout out and thank you to our staff and teachers. Teachers of 30 years having to relearn how to teach, essentially. I know online and distance learning is kind of a difficult thing for all of us right now, students included. As a school, we're looking to collaborate a lot with the other schools. I think in this time, not being able to be in person, bringing the schools together under the district would be a huge accomplishment for us. One issue that we've kind of come across so far with the distance learning comes in the language department, with all of the audio kind of being the main factor in how well we can learn our language. Foreign languages like French and Spanish at Lodi High. Myself, I would like to go to a 4-year ideally, but I think right now the best thing for me to do would be go to a JC for my first 2 years and save some money, live at home and go to school for free. Yeah, so a couple events that we have coming up for student government is our charity closet. We're looking to have a couple events where we can have people donate goods to less fortunate people and they can come pick it up at school. That's one thing we're doing through student government. We have a back to school night coming up next Thursday, the 27th. Link Crew is checking in actively with freshmen via emails. For student government, right now we're facilitating freshman elections and hoping to have the freshmen join our student government class within the next few weeks. So again, thank you to all the staff and the district for having me here.
Thank you, William. Thank you for all the information. And it's a good choice. Junior college is an excellent choice. Like I said, you save money. You don't get in debt, and then you get out with your AA and proceed on to your 4-year school. Good choice. Thank you for your positive report, board members. Yes,
President
Mr.
Nava. They aren't at school, and when they aren't with the COVID, I'd like to hear a little about William and Ariana, what they like doing in their free time away from school. Maybe they could tell a little bit about that to the board.
Ariana, would you like to go first?
Ariana? You're on, Ariana.
Yes, I will. I really like reading. Reading is a really big hobby of mine, even though that is kind of related to school a little bit, but reading's always good to do, especially to stay busy. Working out is always a big thing as well, but most of the time I just spend time with my dogs. I love being around animals, and animals actually help a lot right now, especially when it's kind of sad not to be able to be at your job or be in school or be around friends. Animals that are able to keep you company. So I spend as much time with them that I can.
Thank you, Ariana. William?
Thank you.
So I've played baseball the past 3 years at Lodi High, and I plan to play this year for the varsity baseball team. Baseball has always been a big passion of mine. I like to work with my hands. I enjoy working on Jeeps a lot. That's my biggest thing. My family has 5 Jeeps, so I'm constantly doing something with that. Like working out is another thing I enjoy doing. It keeps me busy and keeps me healthy as well.
Very nice. Thank you very much for sharing with us. And like my other colleagues, welcome to our board meeting.
Thank you.
Mr. Nava, Emma Glansfield was able to get on, our other student rep.
Somebody's on the line. Who's anyway? Did we have a problem, Edith? Okay, let's continue on with the agenda reports. I didn't hear that. I can't hear what you're saying. Rep. Oh, ab- absolutely. Is that Emma?
Yeah.
Emma Glanville from Bear Creek, are you present?
Yes, I'm present.
Okay,
It
you
took
don't
me a
have to, Emma, you don't have to give us a report, but tell us about yourself.
Okay. Hi. Thank you, Mr. President and fellow board members for having me here. I'm Emma. I've been in student government since my sophomore year. I joined mostly because I wanted to just make some sort of positive impact on the school and help kids feel more connected and help them to get more involved in school. I really like helping people discover what they like doing and helping people live happily and guiding them, especially younger kids. I really like helping the freshmen, telling them about school. And that's one of my main goals this year is to make sure that the freshmen feel comforted and connected with school, even through virtual learning. I feel like it's very important. Yeah, I am very artistic. I like to make art in my free time because I feel like it keeps me connected with my creative self. And when it comes to goals and college, I also would love to go to a 4-year, but I think a junior college is going to be the better option for me financially. And just, it's just personally something I think will be better. Yeah.
Thank you, Emma. I like your leadership style on all that you do. Next week, or next board meeting, regular board meeting, we will have you to give us a report from Bear Creek, and we will have also a McNair representative. Thank you again, Emma.
Thank you.
We'll continue on with our agenda. We have reports, update on start of school 2020-2021 school year. Dr. Washer.
Thank you, Mr. Nava, members of the board. I'd like to share with you some information about the start of school, give you an update on some things, and also share some new things that we have for you. This will take some time to get through the presentation, so hopefully you'll bear with us. We have a lot of folks standing by, excited to share about what they're doing. Different departments will be covered. I'm wondering, Mr. Nava, if you'd like us to go through the entire report and then have board comment or questions, or do you want us to stop at some points along the way to pause for questions? How would you like us to do that?
I'd like to hear the wishes of the board. Personally, I'd like the report fully and then come back to accepting areas. Any comments on? Okay,
I'm seeing
let's
head
go with
nods.
the
Yes.
report.
Okay, great. So we'll go ahead and get started. If we could have the first slide, please. We put up, there's some information on our website. So if anybody is interested at any time to get information about students logging on to their accounts or attendance, you can go to the business services side of the website and find that information. This chart shows student log on, but I want to just clarify a little bit. If we're looking at the percentage of students who log on using a district account on these different days, please understand that there are some caveats with this. There are students who may be getting on through a different route. There are students who may be logging on and logging off. So there are some elements that could cause these numbers to change or to not be as clear cut as we would as we might interpret them to be. But overall, you can see that a good majority of our students are logging on the first week of school. And then over on the right, just indicated the number of students then who did not log on. Please also keep in mind that this would include students who will end up not being in our district, who will be dropped and considered no-shows, who have no intention of staying with the district or showing up at all. So those numbers are included at this point. The next slide shows average daily attendance, and I know you're familiar with this term. Virtually, we do average daily attendance as well. So teachers are logging attendance every day. This shows you the average daily attendance. Also, our enrollment is a little over 28,000, but again, that includes students who will be considered no-shows in the near future here. Then if you look at the next slide, I've given you a sample of elementary schools. If you'd like to see all of them, of course, you can go into the information on the website. But what I did here is I took their enrollment and I put that in red so that you could see. For example, if we take the first one, Beckman's enrollment is 582. And then you can see the ADA for the 4 days of the first week of school. And I apologize, looks like a school name got left off there, and on the top of my head, I can't remember what that was. But just a sample, some Title I, some non-Title I, some Stockton, some Lodi, just some different types of schools for you to look at in terms of enrollment and what their attendance was. And what looks like this, August 10th, something happened to the numbers. Not sure what happened there. On the next slide is middle school. And this is, again, the enrollment in red, and then the days from the first week of school, the ADA, and you can look at what, compare that to the enrollment. Please keep in mind always that the enrollment includes students who will be considered no-shows at some point in the future. And then the next slide shows high schools, and you can see enrollment and what their ADA was for those days. And you can see that our schools did a very good job of getting students to attend. That means that they're participating in their classes. So then the question, what do we do when students are not in class, when they're not showing up to their virtual class? Let's go to the next slide. There are a lot of things that schools are doing to make sure that students are attending. Staff members are following up, and this is all staff members. Teachers, of course, are following up with their students, but they're also letting other staff members know so that they can get some assistance. And everyone at the school site is working as a team, regardless of their position, office staff, CWA, just on and on about folks who are working to get students. That is a number one priority at this point, is getting students to attend their classes. The goal is to support students, not to be demeaning or to be have it be a punishment if they're not showing up, but really to support them and find out why they're not showing up and to help them as best as possible. We will be continuing with the truancy process, and we do have Alan Dostie on the line, and I'm going to ask Alan to chime in just briefly. What does that mean virtually for a truancy process when students are going to continually not show up to classes? Can we get Alan?
Good evening, Mr. Nava.
Yes, Alan, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. Okay, Dr. Dostie, could you please briefly share with the board and the public what the truancy process will look like in this virtual world that we're in at the moment?
Our truancy process this year, we have taken a different focus. Our focus more is on engagement and connection and intervention versus being punitive. Now, so we've expanded our what was traditionally our 3-letter process to a 5-letter process. And that first letter is, we see that you're not logging on or you're not engaged. Are there things that we need to provide extra assistance with? Is it a hot link, or are there social issues? Are you just having trouble with this process altogether? And we feed that information through the school. And then the second letter is another warning letter, but the focus again is on non-participation and engagement. With that letter, we really want to communicate more with the school sites and the teachers to see exactly if we can work together to, again, create or remove some of those barriers to get the students more active and participating in school. And then we start the first letter of truancy, which ultimately may lead to a SARB or a referral to the district attorney's office. But our main goal is to try and be provide as many interventions in the very beginning, communicating with parents and students as much as possible, making sure that they have access to resources, community, especially our homeless and foster youth. And again, trying to make sure that we remove all the barriers as much as possible. So again, coming from a place of support, more so than a place of being punitive.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that summary. The next few slides talk about what our school staffs are doing to provide support to students. And we start off with counselors, and you can see that there's just a wealth of activities going on that our counselors are doing. They're providing a great deal of support virtually in lots of different avenues for students, getting to know the students, meeting one-on-one, meeting in small groups. They have trying to have things that are fun and engaging and that will entice students to meet with them and to be able to provide that support that they need during this time. Also, our psychologists, if you go to the next slide, mental health clinicians, community liaisons, safe therapists, improve your tomorrow support staff. Those are all folks who are providing that support to the classroom, support so that students feel engaged and connected with all of their special needs or individual needs that they may have, and also working with parents. A lot of parent support and a lot of parent contact is happening in the distance learning for these past couple of weeks. Then we'll continue then teachers not only teaching the lessons, but they're also providing support to students in many other ways. They are contacting parents and students individually, off hours as well. They're doing the referrals to other support staff, which is critically important if they're noticing that there are some engagement issues or something that the student needs that may be an avenue for another staff member. They're communicating with them to get them the help. They're also building in breaks, brain breaks, mindfulness, those kinds of things to help students cope with the online environment and being on the computer all the time. Doing some team building activities so that they can have a sense of class and unity as well. They're doing a lot of fun things with kids so that they can have fun in the classroom just as they would in an in-person setting. We also have, if you go to the next slide, we also have our school staff teams that are still very active. We have our PBIS teams that are working hard to provide support to students. Administrative teams are doing a lot of virtual outreach as well to their families and their students to provide support. They've also been very much inundated with the technology questions and providing as much support as they can as well, because they know that if they can't get through to the hotline or there's a long wait, oftentimes parents will call the school. So they're trying to provide as much support as they can as well. They are trying to get clubs going as much as they can virtually to make things fun and exciting for children as well. The next slide, we talk about assistance to parents. We know that parents need our help during this time as well. So our staff members have created a lot of ways to support parents. I won't go over them all, but each school is doing their own unique outreach efforts, ways to get parents some help if they need it with technology, get their questions answered, and also help them feel connected with the school as well. There are a couple pages that talk about assistance to parents. Then if you go to technology and materials, we've been talking about this quite a bit with board and getting Chromebooks out, getting textbooks. Mr. Neely, I think, mentioned the desk in a box effort to get student supplies in a box to take home. So as you know, that our parent support line had over 1,300 calls on the first day. I've been very busy, and we thank you for giving us that resource and providing that opportunity very quickly for parents. We needed that desperately, so thank you so much for that. Thank you for recognizing our technology staff. Edith Holbert and her team have just been amazing. And talk about positive attitudes. There isn't one negative attitude in that whole department. No matter what's going on, what day, how long they're working, how stressful it is always customer service oriented. So thank you so much to our tech department for that. Our school site supports personnel have been doing an excellent job. Everybody has just been working as a team to get help to those who need it. We do have hotspots available. We have about, I don't know how many are left now, but a few days ago we had about 900. And if parents need that support, they can contact their school site and we will get them a hotspot, and there are more on the way. So we will absolutely be able to provide hotspots for those who need it. As you saw before, we had over 25,000 students log on the first day. School sites have been holding events to get out their materials and to talk about their safety protocols. We do know that there have been some issues, and as you've heard from folks yourselves, household bandwidth seems to be coming up as an issue many places now that there are multiple children in the household and sometimes even a working parent or two at home trying to do their remote work all at the same time. So we do know that that has been an issue. There have been some concerns with our platforms. We know that Zoom has had some security issues. We've had some incidents here and there that have popped up. There have been some concerns coming in about students and screen time, how much time they are on the screen. Teachers are doing a good job trying to give kids breaks every now and then, as you heard, doing PE, get them up and moving, give them, they even try to get them to go outside a little bit or do something different, and give them a little break for their eyes. Remote tech support is challenging. I think that our folks are doing an outstanding job, but sometimes, as you mentioned, if the parent does need more support, it is often hard to do that remotely rather than have someone right there showing you what to do. So those are challenges, and we know that there are more challenges out there with technology and materials, and our staff is doing their very best to meet those challenges. We do have some folks on hand here ready to share with you what their firsthand experiences have been with the start of school. We have principals and teachers ready to share with you. Scott McGregor and Jeff Palmquist both have teams ready. So I'm going to start with Scott McGregor.
Thank you, Dr. Washer, President Nava, and members of the board. It was an exciting start of the school year. I was able to visit the Lodi schools on Monday and Tuesday and get out to most of the Stockton schools the latter part of the week. And it was truly exciting and a pleasure to see how excited the teachers were, and the eagerness with which the students were approaching their learning. So excited to see their peers, excited to meet their teachers, and most noted, I think, hungry to learn. So I have to tip my hats to the teachers. They were so well prepared, have worked so hard, and are so excited to understand the importance of connecting with their students and building those relationships with their students and the students' parents, because they know that bond is what's going to together make this learning experience as best as possible for the students. So really, our administrative staff and our teachers could not have prepared any better, I don't think. And I'm just so very proud of them and blessed to be a part of the elementary team. So I do have a couple of administrators and a couple of teachers, and I'd like to start with Michael Coughlin, who's a principal at Ansel Adams, one of our Title I schools. Michael's done a tremendous job out at Ansel, getting everything ready for the teachers and students, and I'd like to have him give a little snapshot of what he was doing out at Ansel in preparation for the school year.
Perfect. Scott, can you hear me?
Yeah, Michael, we can hear you. Thanks for joining us.
All right. Thank you. So President Nava, Dr. Washer, members of the board, Michael Coughlin, principal at Ansel Adams. I just wanted to take the opportunity to highlight a few things happening at our school. I could talk about how we initially and continued to make connections with students, and then how we're ensuring success. And if you want to hear a little bit about my typical day and what I think has been beneficial, I could end with that. So as far as connecting with students, that first week of August 3rd was a huge benefit to have all of the grade level families come to the school to pick up their desk in a box. That's become a famous term or supply that we've been giving our students. And as far as I know, it goes as far back to Woodbridge School, is who I'll give credit to. I don't know where they got the idea, but essentially all the materials that were going to be needed were put into a cardboard box. And the kids can decorate them. The teachers filled them with not only their supplies, but also their schedules and their Google passwords and their login ID. So when we gave them their desk in a box, not only were they able to pick up their supplies, but they were able to physically meet their teacher from a social distance. And we were able to ask them if they had their Chromebook from last year, if they have internet connection. And at the end of that first week, we already knew before the first day of school that a large percentage of our students were ready to go. That's different than any other year, because most years the families can go see who's their teacher is going to be on the roster posted outside of school, but we don't see them until the morning of the first day. So a benefit to this process that we had this year was we connected with just about everybody before the first week of school even started. Another thing I did then was I had parent Zoom meetings where I just felt that you can give them all the information on videos and phone calls, district Blackboard Connect messages, but it's just different when you're able to see the person talking and it be a live communication and question and answer session. So I had about 5 or 6 Zoom meetings. I had them in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese, and we had over 250 participants throughout those Zoom meetings. I've got feedback from parents that say, keep doing those maybe once a week. I think that's another benefit that I would like to see continue even when we do go back to school. Parents now didn't need to find daycare. They didn't need to make arrangements to come to school and for me to find a location. We just log in and there we all are getting the information out, and the parents found that very informative and helpful. And that was all before the school started as well. And then when school started, the amount of time that teachers put into preparing their introduction, their initial information of how to log into that first day, and then their back to school night presentations, the amount of time and effort that the teachers put into their preparations and then troubleshooting with the families during that first week and even into the now, although it's less, the amount of time that the teachers put in played a tremendous part of making sure the students were connected to school and knowing how to get the school year started successfully. Let me pause just for a moment. Is there any questions? I can keep going. And let me just look too. I see Mr. Neely. Can you see me? Can you hear me, Mr. Neely? I'm still good.
Keep going.
Yes, sir, I hear you
All right,
fine.
good. Thank you. A couple more. I'll just highlight a couple more things, and then you could ask a question or two, I suppose. How are we ensuring success? So a large part of my role then has been running the Aries attendance reports and making those phone calls out to parents that have not logged in yet, who have not been present in a school day to make sure, and sure enough, as I suspected, they're not no-shows. They just weren't sure how to get started. So a big part of our success then is having our paraeducators who are very tech savvy be at the school site and physically sitting in the lobby at a table. Today, one of our paraeducators had his plexiglass screen up. He had a Chromebook open. He had a cart behind him, and he was ready to help parents. And parents would come in, and even though that number has gone down tremendously as well, from that hotline that exploded the first day to parents coming in on the first day and the first week is already diminishing. So we're already getting the parents the information they need. So having that tech support there at school has been helpful. The teachers have been fielding so many tech questions, along with trying to get the parent and the student logged into their personal platform, into Seesaw and Google Classroom, and here's this code and that identification, and you're clicking on the wrong link. I mean, those are things that only that teacher could have helped those students with their personal classroom. So the amount of time that teachers have put into that, we couldn't have done it without them. I'll go ahead and pause. I think I've probably taken up more than 2 or 3 minutes. So anyone have any questions?
One quick one.
What question, Mr. Neely?
Hey, Michael, is there anything that you need that we can help provide for you?
You know, so far, the things we've needed are basically the technology, and that just gets out to school sites so quickly. The issue that just came up a day or two ago was the potential that the Blue Ethernet cord could be of service to the classrooms so that it can improve their connectivity. The Ethernets are now in my office, and I've emailed to the teachers who needed them and told them they're available. And that was like a 24-hour turnaround. So Those kind of things the tech department is really taking care of. And I will definitely email you if I can. I wasn't ready for that question. I would think there might be a long list, but actually, the fact that nothing is coming into mind right off the bat, I would say just that as answers get, as we develop those answers at the district level, and Mr. McGregor gets those to the principals, and we collaborate well in the principals meetings, and then in small group as well. Every principals just have their small group that they kind of connect with. We've been troubleshooting at that level as well. And I honestly can't think of anything maybe physical that we need. I think we're doing pretty well.
Okay, one more point on you mentioned the start of school on August 3rd, not the 10th, but on the 3rd. You mentioned about that week being great service to you guys, because you were able to match up with the parents beforehand, and so it was different than them just showing up on the first day of school and looking up there and seeing who their teacher was. That kind of triggers something, is that there are some things that are going to go better during distant learning. A lot of things that aren't going to go nearly as well. But we need to remember and document those things that are going to help us, that we can carry over when we go back. And the fact of meeting with some parents through a computer, through Zoom meetings, and I really applaud you for that too. 250 is fantastic. That was a great job. And the fact that you did it in all the different languages, that's fantastic. So there are things that we need to carry from this over to regular school when we go back. So we should be documenting those. In the military, we used to call it an after action report. So maybe these are some of the things that you need to be writing down and sharing with the district, so other principals can get in that also. So thank you very much, Michael. You've done a great job. Appreciate it.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you, George. Thank you. Any other questions for Mike?
Yes, President Nava. Michael, I want to thank you for your positive attitude. You always do a great job. We're as a district, we're lucky to have you. I would like to ask you, are you comfortable with the PPE that you have on your campus, and is everybody settling in to a different format, the teachers that are coming to campus, and what percentage of your teachers are coming to campus to teach versus teaching from home?
I'm comfortable with the PPE that we have. Most of that has been kept in the office for now because there are no students and there is not all of the staff. They've been informed though that they can pick up their shield and their masks. They have all the spray bottles and the disinfectant they need. So those things are taken care of. I would say that as far as the teachers go, we're somewhere between 30 and 50% each day on campus. I reached, kind of a side note, I reached out to M&O today and said that if we were to go to daily identifying which rooms are not being used, we could also be cutting the energy cost. We were asked to identify the rooms that are not used. Well, I have about 3, but on a daily basis, I might have about 15. It just changes. So, but back to your question, I think I have about 30 to 50 of the teachers. All of the support staff have been there, the custodians, secretaries, paraeducators, and the support staff of our counselors, psychologists, speech therapists. The cafeteria is doing a great job of getting those initial lunches out, which has been tremendous. So everyone has been on campus on the classified and LPPA end.
Great. I appreciate it. Thank you. Best of luck. Keep up the
You're
good
welcome.
work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, for your report. Excellent, excellent. Have you talked to any of your colleagues as to what they're doing?
I all the time. We will suddenly have an improv Zoom meeting where I'll just shoot out an email to some and say, who's free to Zoom about this topic or that topic? And we do 2 things basically in those. We make sure we're all on the same page with the information we've been given, but then we start anticipating the needs ahead and troubleshooting the things that might come up. And so we are often, besides our whole group principal meetings that we have with Mr. McGregor, the Zoom, we're often often Zooming in small group and emailing. Someone will shoot out an email, how are we handling this topic or X, Y, and Z, and principals will just share all that out, and then issues kind of get taken care of that day through that communication.
Let's go back to Scotty. Got anything going, Scott?
Thank you very much, Michael. Thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate you taking time and giving such a great report. Thank you. And we also have one of our principals from one of our Lodi elementary schools, Lindsay Streeter from Nichols Elementary, which is also a Title I school. I was asked her to join in this evening and share a little bit about Nichols. So Lindsay Streeter.
Good evening, Dr. Washer, Dr. Washer, President Nava, and members of the board. Thanks for having me. I want to reiterate, what Michael talked about is a lot of what we're doing. We've done the desk in a box. We did the virtual back to school night. But what I really want to focus on is communication and how important that has become to ensure that our staff, students, and families know what is clear. As a leader, it's our charge to ensure that no matter what the changes, our stakeholders understand what expectations are, protocol changes, and what we're offering. And we have to take into account not only our piece of the puzzle, but our whole puzzle in making decisions and sharing information. Being a part of Lodi Unified means that we're a part of a unified team. And it's been very important as a principal and as my teachers to make sure that communication is clear with our families, from me, not only to my families, but to my teachers. Communication matters more now than ever. What we say can derail the plans and the work of our team with just an email from the work they've been doing for days or more. So it's been very important to me to make sure that my communication with my families and my staff eliminates stress or doesn't add burden, but adds clarity and support. I just want to touch on the start of school. At the beginning, there was some frustration communicated that our calendar was adjusted. I can tell you that now I've only heard positive feedback about that time since that initial frustration. My staff was so grateful for the time to collaborate and communicate with one another. The week before school started was full of collaboration and problem solving. I had a teacher from our intermediate team share how much she appreciated the professional learning community that had naturally formed from their time and the natural need. I could not have created that learning community in a year in efforts of my own. Even still, teachers are discovering their own strengths and the strengths of their colleagues and working together to solve problems and strengthen our weaknesses. I can't wait to help facilitate that and continue to facilitate that cultural change. My families have shared the same thing. They appreciate how prepared teachers were, and it shows in the work that they're doing every day with our families. My communication with families has come in the form of Blackboard mass notification as well as Class Dojo. At Nichols, we use Class Dojo on a regular basis. It's a program that opens that line of communication between parents, teachers, and the administrators, and it's friendly to all parties. It allows our parents to translate messages that are sent out in English, as well as respond in Spanish, and we're able to translate it. They can communicate their teachers with direct messages, as well as a class stream. And I know I create videos for our families as well as a script of what I've shared. That allows our families to access the information in whichever method best suits their needs. I do my best to communicate clearly, timely, and to the point. And that may be sharing a link to our virtual back to school night or our question and answer sessions, sharing pictures of the following day's lunch so they know what's going to be served, or reminders about staying safe in the extreme weather we've had this week. Our first week back had many tech challenges, as we've heard. I'm not sure that we could have avoided these challenges. Most of the challenges we had were only discovered once families were logging into classrooms. It may have been that they had internet, but the bandwidth wasn't enough. The week was spent working closely with our technology support service division. I couldn't give a big enough shout out to Lisa Cranford and her team. They have worked tirelessly to solve all kinds of problems that we've encountered. Our office spent the majority of the week working with our families on those issues. We sent out 20 hotspots for my population of about 350. And some of those, or many of those, have gone to families with multiple children in the house. Each day, my team contacts all students who are out to ensure that it wasn't because of a technical issue. And if it is, we're providing support. And that may mean asking the family to bring that Chromebook in so we can walk them through. Although that's not a preferred method during this time, some of our families do need that. And so we are, practicing our safety protocols. But I've met with many families in our hallways with Chromebooks, whether that's setting up a hotspot or figuring out how to log into their programs. Our days have changed, but our goal will remain the same. We'll continue to do all that we can to support our stakeholders to be better and do better than they ever thought possible. We'll continue to refine our practice and continue to work to provide better and communication to our families and to support our message and our goal. Together, we are better. And together, I just want to remind you guys that we are Lodi Unified. And I'm grateful to be a part of that. You guys have any questions for me?
President Nava.
Yeah, Lindsay, Mr. Neely.
Yeah. Hey, Lindsay, I was really glad to hear that you're going to be on. That you were going to be on here. For those of you who don't know, my wife actually started there at Nichols as a long-term sub 2 weeks before school began when the teachers came back, and then they're fortunate enough to be able to find a full-time teacher. Took over about midweek, Thursday or the first week of school. But here's what happened. On Monday, when all the kids started signing on, Nancy was on there and she was working with the kids, and one of the parents came on a little bit later and said, look, I've got 3 kids in school in this house and my internet is just so slow. It's kicking the kids off and all that. So what happened was that Nancy told the school, and the father picked up a hotspot that night and took it home and got that thing working for those kids. So that's what's happening. And that's what we have to do. We have to look at this every time we find somebody. We got to fix that one thing, and that's how we'll get this, is one at a time. And Lindsay, you guys have done a tremendous job. That's where I also learned about the desk in the
desk in the box.
That was just fantastic, and it's catching on all over the place. So you guys have done a fantastic job, Lindsay. Thank you so much. And you talk about enthusiasm and a positive attitude. This woman has it. She's
Thank you,
done
George.
a fantastic job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neely. God, Lindsay, I like your communication. Such an important, especially when you have staff, students, and families that you communicate with. You can resolve a lot of problems, especially when the families are in deep trouble with the internet and so forth. I want to thank you for your great report. Is there any other board members have any questions for Lindsay? Okay, Lindsay, thanks again for your report and continued success for you guys. And let's get the job done. And it's Lodi Unified School District.
Thank you.
Dottie?
Thank you very much, Mr. Nava. And Lindsay, thank you for joining us tonight. Both Michael and Lindsay are just great examples of our elementary team. They've worked so hard, all 31 of our principals working with their staff and trying to prepare students and the parents. So I'm very grateful for their work. And again, Michael and Lindsay, thank you for joining us and sharing your wonderful efforts thus far this year. We also have 2 teachers joining us this evening. I'd like to begin with Analia Puga, who is a 6th grade teacher at Heritage Elementary. Analia does a great job, and I had the opportunity to speak with her and what she's done to connect with her students and bring them along. So if we could have Analia join us right now, I'd be grateful.
Okay, can you hear me? Yes? Okay,
Yes.
good. Good evening, President Nava, members of the board, and Dr. Washer. My name is Analia Puga. I'm a 6th grade teacher at Heritage, a Title I school. I'm really proud to inform you that all of my 30 students have had perfect attendance thus far, and 100% of them went to school to pick up their materials and their Chromebooks prior to school. You know, for me, this is the first step for success, showing up and being prepared. And this all took a lot of work on my part behind the scenes. I started 3 weeks before the commencement of school. And, you know, I always send a letter home to parents to welcome them. And this has been a tradition of mine since day one. Like, this is my 23rd year of teaching. And in this letter, I always let parents know, I'm going to call you. I'm going to set up a meeting. And I've always had parents come to school and have a 30-minute meeting with their child and with the parent. I used to do this back in the day in the homes, but then I switched that for them to go to class. And because I can't do that now, I actually had Zoom meetings. So I waited a couple of days till my students all got their letter. I called them because I let them know I was going to call. I called them, and yes, there were some issues, you know, some wrong numbers. I had to go through all the emergency numbers. I had to call day and night, but I didn't give up. I always find my students because every one of their lives matters to me. So once I found them, I did set up the 30-minute Zoom meeting. And when I did have this 30-minute Zoom meeting, each kid with their parent, and 30 a meeting, so 900 minutes at least. I made sure that the kids joined Google Classroom. I made sure their Zoom features were working. And I did find out at the time that there were about 3 students that had issues. So I had to reschedule their meeting, and I called tech, the support. By the way, so very patient, so helpful. And at this time, I even had the parents take out their phone. I had to guide them because, you know, most of these parents are only speak Spanish. So, and I speak Spanish, so I was able to communicate with them. So I added them to Remind app. That's how I use, that's what I use for parent communication. And then, you know, when I speak to my parents, I'm very transparent. I love my students. I love my parents. I love my community that I work for. And I tell these parents, your child's going to break the cycle. And I tell the parents, they must support me. They must support their child, because habits of a scholar do not develop overnight. They are developed over time. And I tell these parents, because I know that these children, they're going to be the first in their families to graduate from college. I tell these parents, you know, parents, when your kids are 18, I want them to have a career path. It'll benefit not only your child, but it'll benefit you. So please, let's be a team. And when I do talk to them, when I talk to them during Zoom meeting, I let them know, if your kid is tardy, if your kid is absent, I will call. I don't call at the end of the day. I call on the spot, because their kids, they matter to me. And the parents appreciate me. They know me, and I have already established a reputation at Heritage. For many years, I worked at Needham, which is like the same community. But as far as how do I ensure that my students are heard and seen? Well, there are different ways. I actually allow choral response, where I let them all say the answer out loud, because then you get to hear when all of them are in unison, or when they're all wrong. You know, they're not that so afraid to speak out when everyone is saying an answer. They use emojis, they use whiteboards and show me their answer. We play live games. So far, we've done Kahoot, Quizlet, Quizzes. We've done it for vocabulary and grammar. And I really love the Zoom breakout rooms. It kind of feels like I'm in my classroom. In the classroom, I do clock partners, bend the line. We have collaborative conversations with a group. And so with the breakout rooms, I do hold my students accountable, because I tell them, I have equity sticks. When you come out of those rooms, I will call on you, and you better be prepared. So the kids know, oh my goodness, I have to listen. I have to ask questions. I have to share with my peers, because they cannot be silent when they come out. And the kind of things that we've done so far is when they go in breakout sessions, they compare highlighted evidence that they have maybe in their ebook of journeys, or math. They go over their math assignment, and they help each other, because, you know, there's some kids that struggle, and they are more likely to ask their friends, their peers, for support. And they know I'm going to call on them. And I'm going to let you know, in the beginning of any school year, even in the classroom, it's always a struggle. So I know as a teacher, I have to be patient. In the classroom, when we're there, you know, kids, they're kind of trying to get a feel for you know, the class. They're afraid sometimes to take risks. They're not so confident. But in time, my class, they always find their voice because I make them believe in themselves and they find that voice. And I'm known to have loud classrooms. I don't know if you know about Heritage. We don't have real walls. There's like big walls. I can probably punch through it and go into the other room. But sometimes there's teachers that don't want to be my neighbor. But my kids are alive and thriving in room 18. And as far as my typical day right now on distance learning, it is jam-packed schedule. We start at 8:15. We have ELA, 10 o'clock literature studies. At 10:30, science or social studies. Right now it's social studies, early math. 11 o'clock lunch. 12 o'clock, it's a prep, 12:40 math, and at 2:13 is our planner. Right now, we have not started literature studies, not till Monday. I love reading novels with my students. I love having them learn how to become critical thinkers and readers. Right now, and they just finished typing a 5-paragraph essay about 3 of their goals, and they've had 4 pages of bulleted notes. The first page on their inspirational quotes about success, not giving up, and working hard, and the rest of the 3 pages about their specific goal, their action plan, and details. And then tomorrow we are going to start on our university project, and it's a month long, and they will eventually get the supplies for that. I do have it in the class. They'll have to pick it up, but tomorrow we start. And I'll tell you this, I love starting with these projects because it's setting them up on the road to success. And I am very confident they will stay on this, especially with the support of my parents. But thank you so much for allowing me to share with you some positivity with distance learning.
Thank you, Annalie. Great, perfect attendance. I'm impressed. I like your enthusiasm, which all teachers have enthusiasm. I like the great advice you give to the students and parents that they have the ability to succeed. And I like the accountability you hold on them. Excellent job. Thank you very much for your report. Scott?
Yeah, thank you very much, Analia. I've talked a lot with the principals about the importance of setting expectations, routines, and procedures. And Analia is a great example of that, be it teaching in person or distance learning. We have to have those things in place, and she's done that, and I'm very, very grateful for that. Lastly, we have Bailey Smith, who's a primary teacher at Mosier Elementary. Excited to have her join us and share a little bit about what's going on in her classroom at Mosier. Bailey.
Thank you for having me tonight, board members and Dr. Washer. So a lot of great things have been happening around the school district, and I love hearing everybody's positive attitude, and that's definitely been my mantra. So just highlighting some things in my classroom. I connected very early with parents via Class Dojo. That's my main way of communicating with my parents. I started about a week and a half before reaching out to parents, letting them know, hey, I'm your teacher. I'm excited to start the school year. And everybody else should be excited too. And we should just wipe away nerves and fears and everything like that. And we're just gonna jump right in with both feet and start rolling with this. So it was really nice to reach out early, and it was also gave me the opportunity to have 100% of my families prepared for that first day of school. And I'm also happy to report that I've only had one day that I only had one missing child. So we've had excellent attendance in second grade. Going to material pickup, that was really nice to be able to meet my students and my families. To connect with them, to see a face, even though we had a mask on and we social distanced, but it was important for me to start those relationships early on. It was actually cute. I got to ask my whole class what their favorite food was, and they had to quiz me on the first day of Zoom. So we had something to talk about and a nice little icebreaker. So they were really excited to jump on Zoom and quiz me and see if I remembered their favorite food. So we had back to school night pretty early as well, and this was a huge way to connect parents and students in my classroom. And I really hammered hard, I call it Miss Smith's mantra, and that's be positive and find silver linings in this pandemic and virtual learning. And there's no room for negativity. We're just, like I said, jump in with both feet and move forward. And we need to make the best out of second grade. So my typical school day, I try to think, keep things as normal as possible as we were in, in-person learning. So we have fun school norms that we do every morning. We used to listen to music in a regular school day, and my students log on to Zoom and they are still listening to music as we wait for everybody to log on. They also have morning announcements, which is done by my dog, Berkeley, using a cute little app. So she does morning announcements and they have an attendance code and she speaks in a fun squeaky voice, and it's just something engaging to hook in my second graders for the day and get them excited for school that day. We take brain breaks, we dance over Zoom, we do Go Noodle, we do Kahoots. Everything that we would be doing in a normal year, we have just adapted to do over Zoom and do virtually. My main thing is to make my distance learning as streamlined, not only for students, but for parents. They are essentially being their students' teacher now, and I am just guiding them through it. So there's different platforms that I use, and one that has been very helpful is I made a Google website for my parents, and this has links to things like distance learning resources on our district page and our Mosier page and things like that. A typical day, still the same. I project my students up on my screen, so they're on my short throw now, and I am able to share with my document camera, which has been a huge help. And we are also jumping right into curriculum. So we have also played icebreaker games, and we've talked a lot about how to be successful students while distance learning. That's really important. We talk about being successful students at home, but how can we portray that at home so I can get 100% from my students at home? Collaborating with peers, that extra week we had to prepare was key, not only for our sanity to get everything prepared, but definitely everybody brings something different to the table right now, and it's really important to keep learning from peers and keep that ongoing education as a teacher. I always like to say this is every teacher's first year back in the classroom, and we are learning from one another and kind of relearning what we've been normally taught to do, in credential programs and professional development. So it's really important to lean on one another during this time and ask for help when needed, definitely. So things have been going really, really well in second grade, and I'm happy to give a little quick synopsis of what my classroom looks like.
Thank you, Bailey. The parent connection is so important, as you mentioned. That's excellent attendance for a second grade class. I like your techniques of getting the icebreakers and all the positive, normal things that you do, and telling your kids how to be successful during this pandemic. Thanks again for your report.
Thank
Scott?
you.
Yes, Mr. Freitas.
President Nava. Hey, I'd like to thank Bailey for a report over at Mosier. Bailey is a great part of the educational team at Mosier that does a fantastic job for our kids. And of course, Bailey does a great job because she is a graduate from our very own Tokay High. So we truly grew our own, and she's now teaching our own all over again. So thank you, Bailey, for a wonderful presentation, and keep up the great work at Mosier.
Thank you, Mr. Freitas.
Thank you, Bailey, for joining us this evening. I appreciate your report and the work you're doing at Mosier with your colleagues. So again, thank you for taking the time to join us this evening. And President Nava, I could not be more proud of the elementary division. 4 examples, 2 teachers and 2 principals that are really coming together and making this impossible possible and doing a really fine job. And I'm very, very proud, and thank you for the opportunity to allow them to share this evening.
Scott, thank you. I'm sure that not only those people are having success, but all the Lodi Unified School Districts are having success.
They're doing a great
Yes,
job.
they are, and I'm sure you would know that, you know, you have some things here and there, but you're doing such an excellent job, Scotty, for your leadership on the elementary level.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nava.
Thank you, Mr. Nava. We now move to the secondary division, and I will turn it over to Mr. Palmquist.
Thank you, Dr. Washer, President Nava, members of the board. Like my colleague, Mr. McGregor, had the thrill and privilege of visiting schools as we normally would when we start school, but in a very different way, obviously. And it is still inspiring to walk into a classroom, even if there's only one person in it. To see what our people do in action is still very inspiring. And when I go through classrooms with principals and we walk into a teacher's room, it's not the normal way we're greeted, but the teacher many times says, you know, turn the laptop around, turn the computer around, and introduce that. Oh, here's the principal, here's the assistant superintendent. And you know, there's something kind of sad about, you know, the situation that we're in, but also something kind of beautiful to see all of those hands wave or to hear the hellos that we would normally get to hear in a different way. And as it can't be made light of, we owe that to just the incredible work of so many wonderful and inspiring people that we have in this district. And traveling from all the corners of the district, they're everywhere. The hard work is everywhere. The payoff is everywhere. Plenty of problems for us to solve now and into the future for sure. But it is truly, truly inspiring and humbling to be a part of the wonderful people who are serving our kids. And we are hearing just a ton of wonderful things that are occurring. I'm pleased to present a couple of people to give some reports tonight. First, we have from Krista McAuliffe Middle School Principal Pierre Kirby. Krista McAuliffe, one of our Stockton Middle Schools. Pierre.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Dr. Washer, President Nava, and members of the board. I have been asked by Jeff, or Mr. Palmquist, sorry, to present to you kind of this first week of school and how things got started with us. Jeff actually gave us a few guiding questions that I just wanted to answer for you. Overall, things are going great. We have really good participation with our students. We have about a 94% attendance rate. And as I looked at Dr. Washer's report earlier, looks like it might even be higher than that now. 30% of our staff are choosing to work at school. And so I figured that out as I'm doing a fitness walk that one of our staff members has started for our school to keep us all kind of in a team spirit. Highlights from the first week. The thing that struck me the most is that whenever teachers were in a pickle, they would email and say, hey, I've got this tech issue. Does anybody know how to fix it? And immediately there would be 5 email responses on how to help support that teacher from other staff members. It was, I was sharing that with Mr. Palmquist. It's something that's been really nice to see. It's the collaboration that's been taking place to make this successful and positive for our students has been tremendous. I've also, one of the other things that we did was we created a lot of morning announcements for our students. So for example, the vice president principals had created some discipline videos, some hello videos, how to meet videos on myself, my greeting video. And so we've been sharing those every morning as morning announcements, and you know, just kind of how to act. We've also do the PBIS Eagle Code, so that's being respectful, responsible, and safe. And they've done a video on that. And just like I said, overall, we've had really good attendance. Things that I've learned. The lessons that the teachers have been doing, some of the feedback that I've been getting from them is that the lessons take longer than they had planned, and they need a lot more training and support, technology support that they currently have. Many parents are actively involved in their children's online learning, and so that's in monitoring the virtual learning platforms, and sometimes they let us know when they think teachers aren't saying the things that they're supposed to be doing, but that's very far and few in between. Assignments or strategies that have worked well for you and your students. We have, like I said, we have weekly video agendas that the staff created for VPs, i.e. the flag salute, appropriate language video, Eagle Pride enforcement, reinforcement, attendance video, etc. We also have forms for social emotional check-ins with our students. Our counselors have created their websites and have directed students on how to get there. Many of our staff members are using digital agendas for the week so that students know what's going on weekly. And they're also using Blocksy, which seems to be a much better monitoring tool than Land School. And I do want to get back to one thing, as communication with our students in particular. What our teachers have done is created all their Google Classrooms, and anytime we have announcements as administrators or counselors or whatever, what have you, we post those to the Google Classrooms. The teachers post those to the Google Classrooms, and so that, and then show those to our students. That's one form of our communication that we use. We also used, we have an Instagram account that we've been using to get out to the students, and I do all calls as well. We made contact information in our first day packets in our drive-through, so that was like the first thing the parents would see would be the contact information in terms of how to get a hold of the counselors, how to get a hold of the principals and the vice principals, and so forth. And then just my goals for continuing with distance learning. You know, I want to continue to support the staff that we have here. These guys, as I mentioned, are tremendous. They work really hard. They all came together and we, prior to school, as departments, and figured out exactly what they wanted to do as a department, so that everything that they were doing was pretty similar across the board. So the math department decided they wanted to do grading one way. All the teachers did grading that way. So it makes it a lot easier for the families, and it makes it a lot easier for us as administrators to help support them. So my goal is to kind of just get out of their way and let them do their great job that they're doing. And then whenever they need me, I'm going to be there to get whatever it is that they need. I do. The one thing that someone mentioned earlier, we do need to figure out how to provide better support for our kiddos on IEPs, especially if they have one-on-ones. We're trying to work with them to get into figure out how to do better breakout groups and better support with the PAWS and the pairs. I do want to give a shout out to the tech support, though. These guys have been tremendous. Every time we ask for something, we get it right away, and it's been really nice. And you know, getting the hotspots out, we have a ton of hotspots that are sitting in Mr. Howard's office, one of the vice principals, and he gets those out like immediately. As soon as we find out the student needs to get a hotspot, we get the hotspot to them right away. And then our last thing that we want to do is we're going to meet as a team, our PBIS team, next week to figure out how to continue the good work that we've been doing here. We have a really good PBIS system in place that supports student learning. And this year we're tasked with doing our tier 3 interventions, and we want to get there. So that's it in a nutshell. I know you guys may have some questions for me.
Any questions from the board? Okay, Kirby. I'll
take care of your granddaughter, right?
Yeah, she thinks I'm not gonna compliment you because she thinks highly of all this, the school and you and the leadership there. So anyway, I do like the attendance of 94%, and I'm glad to see that 30% of the teachers are at your school working. I like that attitude because there's some collaboration that they can have. You said that your departments meet and they're on the same page. That's a very great thing to do, and you support your staff 100%. I like your weekly videos. I know that there will be some improvements on your IEPs, and because of you need more training, but we'll get the job done, and hopefully that things will be pretty good. Thank you, Kirby.
Thank you, President Nava.
Thank you, Mr. Kirby. Appreciate that. Next up, we have a teacher from Crystal McAuliffe. It's quite ironic, actually. I was in the superintendent's office, and she told me she'd seen this great lesson on engineering from this teacher, Samantha McCoy, and I said, "That's who I have coming to the board meeting tonight." So lo and behold, Dr. Washer got to witness Ms. McCoy in action, and we have Samantha McCoy here to tell you a little bit about how the first week and so has gone for her. Samantha, are you there?
Good evening, President Nava, Dr. Washer, and members of the board. This is Samantha McCoy, a science elective teacher from Christa McAuliffe. Thank you, Dr. Washer, for visiting me this morning. Before I begin with my experience on distant learning, I'd like to thank the board for allowing us teachers to work from home. Thank you from my family to yours. I've been a teacher for 20 years. Last Monday was the toughest first day of my career. Trying to take attendance, making sure my kids are paying attention, and getting to know the kids all in one period was a challenge for me. I might have set my expectations too high. Having said that, the good news is that my days have only gotten better by the relationships that I have been able to build with my students. I have hardworking kids who are ready to learn. Thank you to the elementary school teachers, parents, and guardians for sending me such great kids. A few are tired in the morning, but having everyone on a screen allows a teacher to pay attention to all of that. I really like that I could see all my kids' faces. Sometimes in a regular classroom, you just don't get to see everyone. But on a screen, it's so focused for me, I get to see how everyone is feeling in my period. I love having the ability to give them the extra attention that they might need. I've learned that I need to slow down in my instructions. I have had to say my directions during live instruction, have had that same information put in my Google Slides presentation, and lay out the assignments with directions clearly outlined in Google Classroom. It does take more time to be deliberate with instructions, but I think it helps the students learn better. I feel that I am a better teacher knowing that I have covered all the bases that might come up from a student's perspective. I've learned that private chat in Zoom provides the shy kids a safe place to ask their questions. Now they can get instant feedback and answers to their questions without anyone knowing who had asked the question. I did have a problem getting supplies out to students, but my principal, Pierre Kirby, already has a solution for that. Enough can't be said about communicating with your admin staff. I really appreciate having a supportive admin team. I have to give a shout out to Mr. Kirby, Mr. Howard, and Mrs. Arvalo. My goal is to provide engaging activities to all my kids in my Space Center and STEM classes. I want all of them to have an opportunity to all my lessons, equal opportunity to all my lessons and projects. Thank you for allowing me to share my experience with distant learning.
Thank you, Samantha. I just have one quick question. How's your
Sure.
attendance?
It is very good. I have to say, I have 2 kids who are on vacation and still logging in to class. I love it.
Great. I know, taking myself as a teacher and in these times, it would be very difficult. I would rather be in person 100% better than trying to teach somebody through the internet and all that kind of stuff. I know that you had your toughest day of the career, and it happens after 20 years. Better days with your relationships and you provide engaging activities. Thank you very much, Samantha.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you, Samantha. We really appreciate you sharing with us and all the great work that you're doing. We also have some representatives from high school. Principal Adam Auerbach from Lodi High School. Are you available, Mr. Auerbach?
Hi there, Mr. Blomquist. Good evening, President Nava, members of the board, Dr. Washer. Can we all hear me? Okay, thank you. We can,
yes.
okay. I'm understanding from your perspective now what this is like. Can you hear me? Well, at the high school, things are flying by a million miles a minute. I'll kind of highlight some of the same things that Mr. Kirby had gotten off to just a moment ago. The accelerated timeline we've been up against as of late to get school rolling was a little difficult, but the response from our staff and community has been overwhelmingly positive and supportive. That additional week that we had for our teachers to work in their PLCs and prepare for the digital learning that we're doing was essential for the success that our students have had over the last week and a half. And I completely agree with what Mr. Freitas had mentioned earlier, that attitude is everything. I'm speaking to my staff on a regular that we are in this together. We hear this now all over the place, and the reminder is that we have to support each other, and we have to find people to help support us, because as we're working with people and trying to support our students, obviously we can't do that without being supported ourselves. Some of the highlights from this past week. First, if I can give a quick thank you to our vice principal, Ms. Basinger. She reworked the master schedule in 2 weeks. It typically takes about 4 months to iron out a schedule of that magnitude. And we had worked to create both alternating day schedules, like Mr. Neely had been talking about earlier, as well as a solely digital platform, which we have in place for the sheer sake of folks who choose to stay digital for the entirety of the year. And I will say one of the highlights there for me was this was the first opportunity we've ever had to work across the district with all 4 high schools in putting together schedules like this. It was challenging, but it was a real blessing to us to have the ability to sit in one another's master schedules and sit in these Zoom round tables and work collaboratively with folks we had never had the opportunity to do this with before. So that support from Mr. Palmquist has been phenomenal, and thanks to the board and Mr. Khan and Mr. Palmquist, we've been able to get some additional FTE to provide access to AP courses for some of our students, so they're not having to make choices between staying home and getting the content they're asking for digitally. I'd also thank our counselors. They've been working around the clock to ensure students were placed appropriately in digital offerings, and especially our teachers for adopting completely new teaching styles after perfecting their crafts for decades, and for looking for ways to see and support students in the most unprecedented of capacities. Our office staff is really to thank over this past week. Our support staff, they've been spending so many additional hours doing jobs they'd never done before. I can't thank our tech department enough for all of what they've provided, the on-the-spot support. But our office staff has had to work doubly to not only get to the phones for when technology is not working, but be the first point of contact when we have parents and students showing up to swap out Chromebooks so they can get back to their third period and back onto a Zoom before the night is over. But I'm really appreciative of all the folks who've been making this work for our students. And I can't thank our students and parents enough. Students, again, I gather there's a myriad of reasons to be in school, and we all desire to be back in school, and our kids are having to experience this entirely differently than they did last year. And so I really appreciate you guys, Ariana and Billy, I see you on here, and we can't thank you guys enough for the flexibility you've all had. I know we're trying to be flexible to do things right by you guys, and it's been tough for us because we want to support you and give you the best experience. And it's been heartbreaking and tragic at times, but it's so good to see you on here and see positive things happening. And a last one, if I could, I just want to thank our custodians. This is a concern that had come up before, and because of the way we've been able to work things out using technology to our benefit, we keep an ongoing Google Class form in a Lodi High staff page, and so we know who's on campus and what rooms need to be deep cleaned. So we're able to hone in our focus for our custodial staff to get those rooms cleaned every night thoroughly, rather than cleaning 100 rooms that have been empty throughout the day. And on the whole, we've got about 30% of our staff who are on site daily. Over the past week and a half, I'd say there's some things we've been learning as a site. First of all, we can do anything together. This wasn't something that we saw feasible when we first had the direction to move this way, not but 3-4 weeks ago. And I've learned in the process that not all digital tools are a one-size-fits-all. We've had a great deal of success, but we've had heartache and teary-eyed days as well. And I've learned that in order to take care of others, whether that be students in your classroom or your own children at home, which many of our teachers are doing, you have to first take care of yourself. And one of my regular reminders I'm pestering my teachers with is that we have to take care of ourselves daily if we intend to take care of others. Some of the strategies we've been working on as of late, we've been attempting to streamline the process for taking attendance through Zoom. It's been quite a process, and we were probably one of the first districts, I assume, to get onto the platform, but now they're trying to fit with all the other districts jumping on and starting their school year as it is. It's been a challenge, but we're getting used to our new normal, and we're connecting with one another online in ways we never had to in the past. And honestly, similar to what some of our board members had mentioned before, this pandemic has essentially forced us to adopt 21st century learning on the fly. So some of these strategies that will really help our students be successful as they venture into college it was really put on us in a way that we couldn't have anticipated. So there are some silver linings in this on a regular. One other thing, I'm not sure if Dr. Mosher had mentioned, but I'd give a shout out to Beth Osterman, our AP US history teacher, who had been working with me this summer to implement some social emotional learning with our students. And today we were taking a first dive into Take Care Tuesdays. We're using our SSR period in the morning to check in with students on a regular. It's an opportunity for kids to connect with teachers either on Zoom or through Google Classroom. But we're trying to hone in certain days of the week to be our days for check-ins, because I know that our students often are alone and they don't have the face-to-face for casual conversation. And so we're hoping to use that time each Tuesday to make those connections. Lastly, just as far as goals go, we're establishing weekly goals as a school to hold ourselves accountable to meeting the needs of our students and to improve instruction and student connection. This week, our goals are to take accurate daily attendance through distance learning. Again, we're using Zoom to do that for the time being. Another goal of ours is to check in with our students throughout the day with consistent two-way communication. Also to provide clear communication as to how students and parents can connect with teachers and staff during and after school. And lastly, one that we've been working with Lisa Cranford on is improving technology resolutions in regards to Chromebooks, hotspots, and Zoom. And I can't tell you how great that has been. I know the technology has been a frustration, but I've never seen so many issues resolved so quickly in my entire career. All right, with that, happy to field any questions if you've got them. I know you listened to a lot of us do some talking tonight. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. My gosh, high school, elementary, middle schools are all different. And you're doing such a great job at Lodi because, you know, you're surrounding yourself with good people. And I'll tell you, as a coach, that's the key to success sometimes because it makes your job so easier. And obviously, you have some good people, like, for example, Ms. Basinger doing that schedule in a hurry, which is, she's probably had the experience to do that and accommodate all these teachers with a master schedule. Good experience on scheduling. I like the way that you guys are doing it. You're meeting with all the high schools. In other words, you're getting a little piece of this, a little piece of that from all high schools, and formulating a communication network for yourself and helping all the teachers that you have. And I'm glad I'm seeing that you have 30% of your staff attending the schools. And of course, you didn't elect the custodians. Great job on the custodians, man. They're one of the key people in the schools. So let's give them a loud hand on them. Thank you.
So thank you, Adam. We really appreciate your report and the hard work that you're doing. Batting cleanup for us is a 12th grade teacher. Marco Marchesini teaches at Lodi High. He's 12th grade teacher who also teaches advanced placement and has 2 elementary students in our district. So Marco, are you available to share?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can.
We can.
Oh, thank goodness. Thank you for the opportunity, President Nava and board members, Dr. Washer. Technology is not a very good friend of mine. And I have found that I can do this distance learning. Typically, I get to school early, around 6:30, just to make sure I can troubleshoot things and get all my ducks in a row. And I've been very fortunate to be surrounded by a lot of staff. And that's one of the reasons why I do go in early and every day, is that I can bounce things off of my colleagues and they can help me out in case I do need it. Mr. Albrecht said that about 30% are showing up. It looks like there's a lot more than 30% because there's a lot of cars in the parking lot. Attendance by my students it's very good. They look eager. I can see all their faces on Zoom, so that's you do get that contact. We do Zoom every day to make sure that we do have that connection, and I do believe things are going really well. Some of the highlights that I've experienced over the last 7 days are, one, the interaction with students. It's just been a very long time, and it's good to be back. Number two, I realize that this distance learning is doable. I really feel that the staff that I'm surrounded with and myself are doing a really good job at providing the information, providing the platforms for our students to succeed. And Mr. Palmquist said it best when he said that it's a beautiful thing to have these little kids waving at you. And at the end of my first day, I was signing off. I said, any questions? And no one had any questions. I said, okay, well, goodbye. And I kind of saluted, and I saw a lot of hand waving, and it really made me feel good. And it was nice to see students again. I've learned a lot of strategies over the last 7 days that are working really well. Zoom works because it allows us to build the connections with students. If it was just posting assignments and correcting things, it wouldn't work, but just the visual every day. Breakout rooms, allowing students to get together and collaborate is another useful techniques. A simple posing a question, just like, hey, were you guys able to see the video I posted, and have them answer in the chat room, just so that they can interact again and be active. I've also found another technique where we're conducting polls. You raise a simple question, and then the kids can, in Google Classroom, answer back, and then you could show the answer. That's another thing I learned from my colleagues over the week. Mr. Auerbach also mentioned our Tuesday wellness checks. It's another way in which we can make connection students and keep an extra eye out because of the crazy times that we are living in. One of the things that I've found useful are when the students are coming in, I'm admitting them into the classroom, and they're popping up, and I start taking roll right away, and I'm having my conversations with them, like, hey, how's it going? And and I'm checking them off, but I also have a backup plan. Another thing I learned this week was an attendance verification form that the kids can answer right away in case I miss somebody, because there are a lot of kids coming in, and you can't take 10, 15 minutes to take roll that way. So I take as many as I can, which is usually most, but I use the attendance verification backup. It's their responsibility to go ahead and answer a question, and then I see in Google Class that it has been submitted and turned in, and then whoever I missed, I look to see if they have checked off on the attendance verification form. That way I don't miss anybody. That is a useful tool, so you don't miss any kids. Another trick I learned was there's an old teaching strategy about popsicle sticks. When you call out students, you randomly choose a popsicle stick, and you have their names on it. Well, for a Zoom classroom, it's nice to cold call a kid and say, okay, now you get to pick somebody, go left, right, up, or down, and they can't see the screen like I can. It's all different on everybody's screen, so they just go up. Okay, well, you picked your best friend, or you went right and you just picked someone that you had no clue about. So it's a knockoff from the old popsicle strategy of calling on students. Some of the goals that I have said is not make the same mistakes twice when it comes to technology and the platforms that we're using. I'm trying to learn from my mistakes. And I also want to continue to expand on the Google Classroom and the Zooms, because I'm making connection with the students. And if and when we do come back, we won't feel like strangers. We will have known each other. They have seen my face. They've heard my voice, and I've learned a few things about them as well. So thank you for your time. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Marco. I think what you mentioned is technology is not a good friend of mine, but it's becoming a good friend of yours, according to your highlights. I know that distance learning, as you mentioned, is doable. So you're learning a lot, and you have set your goals, and you're talking about attendance verification and all the highlights that you're imagining, and the improvement is there. So again, good luck to you during the year. And like I said, you get to know your students, and if you get them back in the classroom, you'll have a lot of fun. You can talk about a lot of the experiences.
Thank you.
Mr. Neely has a question.
Hey, Mark, I'm not going to ask a question. I'm going to compliment you for a great attitude and everything that you're doing on this. I wrote that down. DL is doable. You know, that banner ought to be placed all over this district. DL is doable. So fantastic job. I love your attitude. You know what? And you really point out that we're going to come out of this thing better than what we went in. We're all going to learn out of this, and you guys are proving it. And thank you so much for everything you're doing. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
President Nava?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Palmquist and your team for the report. As you can see, there just are amazing things going on throughout the district. I know that you hear a lot about the negative. You get emails, phone calls about things that are not working, things that we need to work on. But I also want you to know that there are just amazing things going on in this district, and these are samples, and it is not just these folks who are doing great work, but this is typical of what is happening in our schools throughout the district. So I hope that you are proud of the work that your staff is doing at the school sites. It really is incredible. And if you get an opportunity to pop into a virtual classroom, I would highly recommend it. It will make your day. So please, if you'd like to do that, let us know and we can set that up for you. I know that we are taking time this evening, but this is important. I mean, this is what we're doing right now. These are things that you need to know about. We do have some other programs to share with you. If you could go down to the next slide. And we have staff on deck ready to talk about these very briefly, just to let you know that these things are going on and the supports are being provided. And then after the report, if you have questions, they can go into more detail. So I will ask Jose Maciel just very briefly talk about what is going on with After School Bridge program.
Go ahead, Jose.
Hello. Hello, thumbs up if you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, my apologies. I was trying a new mic and failed miserably. That's part of technology and what we come across as we're trying new things and we try to evolve to produce better presentations and better delivery of what we do. President Nava, members of the board, Dr. Washer, I'm pleased to report that we have a total of 31 schools participating in after-school programs. It's my understanding that there was an earlier concern as to what we're doing with Title I schools. I'd like to share that all elementary and middle schools that have been designated as Title I schools are currently participating in after-school programs. In addition to that, 4 of the comprehensive high schools have also started the early planning stages of preparing for after-school programs. Our programs are currently operating from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. daily. And it is our goal for our staff to continue to monitor attendance, monitor needs of students, and connect with students and their homeroom teachers, if necessary, to continue to build on learning gaps or potential skill sets that were missed during the regular school day, or if anything that we can build on the after school day, we'll certainly recover there. One of the primary things that we're focusing on as after school program is building and connecting with students, building on relationships with our staff, trusting relationships, building on social emotional learning skills, and supporting standards that are evident in language, in learning loss, or anything that we see of concern, either by communicating with the parent or the homeroom teacher. We will certainly draw additional attention to those specific areas. One of the items that we're encompassing also is in the after-school setting is building on student connections and best practices. We're still learning what works and what doesn't. And we're continuing to meet bi-weekly as an after-school program with all staff to share ideas, share what worked. And we feel oftentimes that we're becoming professional YouTubers. We're creating video and content for our students. And it's an incredible job that our staff are doing. Our staff is very inclined to technology, and we're incorporating a lot of social media into our Google Classrooms to engage and essentially hook our students into our daily delivery of program. I'd like to draw your attention to what some of our schools are doing, and it's just an incredible job of what they're doing to recruit students. And at this time, if you have the opportunity to Google Tokay High School after-school programs, they did an amazing video advertising their after-school program offerings, and they essentially animated all the after-school program teachers into cartoons, and it goes through a minute and a half video highlighting all the additional program and support that will be offered at Tokay High School. Other schools are doing the same along the lines, but it is our goal to continue to outreach with parents, providing online parent request forms for after-school programs, and connecting with students online, putting videos, promotional videos, so that kids can identify themselves with a need or a special program that we're offering, and certainly enroll them into our programs. But it is exciting. We are learning every day from lessons, best practices, and we plan to carry this forward. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to field them now.
Thank you, Jose. Any questions for Jose? Real quick, Mr. Neely.
Thank you, Mr. Nava. Hey, Jose. Are you providing any intervention in the after-school programs?
At the moment, the intervention has not been offered. Intervention will come. We have identified funding for intervention. One of the first things that we offer, or before we offer the intervention, we identify student needs and areas for intervention, targeted standards. And once those targeted areas have been identified, we will recruit students for our programs and enroll them into our intervention program. So we will start offering intervention once the intervention needs have been identified with the students. Okay. Funding will be available I'm assuming in the next couple of weeks. As soon as the funding budget comes my way, I'll put together plans and forward those to administrators.
That's fantastic. It's great to hear that you're thinking about that. After-school programs typically help with homework. Are you doing any of that?
Yes, we are. Homework is a big component of our program. However, during the first week of school, we haven't had much homework to work on. So we're building on student connections. We've had scavenger hunts on Zoom, and one of those was to bring a parent to the monitor. And so it was kind of fun to see that as kids are rushing through their home and dragging their parents to the monitor so they can join their students. So those are all key things that we're doing. We're building parents, and we're also giving parents some comfort level with being in front of a camera and in front of a computer, because that's something that we're going to expect of them when we move along with our parent meetings, DLAC meetings, ELAC meetings as the year goes on. And so we want parents to be comfortable with technology and how it works. And so that's an early stage of what we're doing in the after-school program to incorporate parents, families, and just everybody getting used to the new way of learning.
Wow. I got to tell you, that's fantastic. Thank you so much for everything you're doing on this. I very much appreciate that.
Welcome.
Thank you, Jose. Mr. Porter?
Yeah, Jose, I have a quick question for you. Am I on? Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you.
Jose, for your after-school program at the high school level, how many teachers have bid into that? And how much of it is going to be providing extra tutoring for the students that are struggling? And also, are you doing anything for the parents that are also struggling with some of the curriculums being provided through the
It's a good
after-school
question.
program?
That's a good question. Well, I can name all the offerings that we're doing at Tokay specifically. We're offering foreign language tutoring in Spanish, social studies tutoring, cell phone photography, virtual exercise and tutoring, college presentations. We're doing virtual visits to colleges. We're also offering biology, chemistry, English, physical and mental wellness, EL support, and study skills. All these offerings can also be viewed by logging onto the Tokay after school program, and you'll see exactly how it all comes together. We put a menu for students to log on. We've advertised this page on the promotional video. And so students can very easily click on the subject matter that they need support, and then Google Classroom pops up and it gives them the time frame where these offerings are available. And so we will be offering as much support as we can get. Teachers are a key piece to what type of intervention is offered. If we can get teachers to support the after school program, we will bring them on board and provide that service. We understand that there's learning loss that took place over these last months, and it's our job to recover that. And we are certainly allocating priority in our resources with recovering any learning loss that took place. And we're certainly using the after school program for that. In regards to supporting parents in the technology aspect, outside of after school programs, something that I'm also responsible for is our multilingual department. And we're currently translating all the webinar videos that were presented to our English speaking parents into Spanish. And so we're essentially doing voiceovers for them. And we're going to push those out into our communities so that our parents can have access to them. And we also plan to incorporate these videos in our future parent meetings to just put exposure to our parents, let them know that these videos are out there, and to spread the word. If anybody's having trouble logging in with Google Classroom or any other technology that's made available for the student learning, that we can support them with, whether it be Citrix, Clever, Aries, whatever it may be, we can certainly support them with that.
That was incredible. Thank you for your response. One last question. Can you see this? Are you limited by the hours that a teacher can provide? For example, is it possible for a teacher to provide tutoring from 5 to 7 or office hours, say Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so parents may be able to log in with their kids and see some of the things and work through maybe some of the struggles they're having with curriculum in the classroom? Is that a possibility, or are you limited by guidelines?
Well, as a result of SB 98, we've been given the flexibility to operate in meeting the needs of our students. And so we have total flexibility with the hours that we offer our program. And so we are not bound by a timeline or a time frame that determines when our cutoff time is. And so we are here to support kids as early as they need our support and as late as they do. And so I have an incredible staff that's flexible and accommodating to student needs. And these last couple of weeks, they've proven every way that they're here to help. And it's inspiring and humbling for us to be working with staff of that caliber. So we're certainly addressing the needs as they come up.
Jose, thank you for your time, and I appreciate your report and your answers. I keep up with the good work, and it's very positive.
Thank you.
Mr. Porter. Mr. Jose, thank you. Just one question. You have 31 schools. How many participants do you have?
As of today, we've had a total of 1325 unduplicated students check into an after-school program.
Awesome.
And that's
Awesome.
7 days of school.
Awesome. Very good. Thanks, Jose. Adriana, I know this meeting is a little bit longer than we're supposed to have it. You may click out if you'd like, or stay with us. Okay.
I'll stay on. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Question on the board. This is a lengthy agenda. We can finish the agenda after these reports at the next meeting, or we can continue on to finish it today, and we'll be probably here till midnight.
Would you like us to, no, would you like us, Mr. Nava, members of the board, to continue with the rest of this report? Keep going now, or would you like us to pause here and bring the rest back at the next time?
What's the wishes of the board? Mr. Peverly?
Well, why don't we pause this as a possibility, go through the rest of the agenda, because I think some of them require action. And then if there's time, if we feel like it, we can finish the report. That's just an idea. I don't want people who are waiting to present. I don't want them to have to wait that long either, just in case we don't get to them. But either way is fine with me. I'm ready to go till whenever.
Good point. Mr. Neely?
I say we pause this report for right now. We get through as much of the rest of the agenda as we can. And then I personally, I do not want to stay to midnight. That's a little bit too long. So this can be done again. We can follow up.
Mr. Freitas?
Well, not only being the board member that has to go to work
got the
tomorrow
answer.
morning, but also I think our parents listening have to go to work, and our teachers that are participating also have to go to work. So I think a long time ago, we decided that when we operate past 10 o'clock, that we are not being transparent and being accessible to our public and to our constituents. So when I signed up for this, I have no problems going till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, but I don't think that this is the best way that we are able to hear from people that are involved, especially now that we're in this challenge situation where we don't have face-to-face in-person meetings and people have to Zoom and rely on. So those are my concerns.
Yes. Susan? I'm sorry, Mr. McFarland? What do you think?
Well, I think that a lot of effort and time and energy was put into this report. And so if we're going to pause it, I want to make sure it comes back in its entirety, out of respect for the people that prepared it and took the time. I also think that we have some agenda items that probably people have also spent some time on, and some action items that we probably need to address. I think 10 o'clock there was a reason it was put in place. I'm willing to go over to a point. We start to glaze about 10:30, and we all know what that looks like. So I think as long as we're being productive, we continue. When we start to lose our productivity, we stop.
Mr. Porter? You mind if we continue with the rest of the agenda?
Well, how many people do we have that are supposed to present that are waiting right now?
Mr. Nava, members of the board, we have Rafael Ceja that can speak briefly about English learners, Paul Warren for special ed. I will cover the meal service, and then we have the health and safety with Mr. Khan.
Okay, then I think we can pause then.
Correct.
Okay. So,
We can go quickly if you'd like us to.
well, I don't want you to rush it. I think it's important, and we can finish that out because we have some comments from the public also that we haven't, had an opportunity to. Excuse me? Okay.
The public stayed to make a comment. So, and to deny them their comments, I think that's counterintuitive.
All right.
And why
So,
we even have this.
Dr. Washer, let's finish this report. If the board would allow me to go after this report, postpone the 2 reports below it and go through the routine agenda and the rest of the agenda. Risk management. Okay. If we could finish this report quickly so we can give the opportunity.
Thank you. Mr. Nava, members of the board, we will go quickly. I'm going to ask Rafael Ceja to briefly talk about English learners.
All right, President Nava, Dr. Washer, members of the board, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, perfect.
Yes.
I also got a new mic, but I guess mine's working. I'll have to share with Mr. Maciel which model I got. Just wanted to share briefly our support for English learners. District-wide, we have offered Rosetta Stone, which is an online software program for all of our beginning English learners. In addition, we have begun planning professional development for English learners at the middle and high school levels. We're going to be working with school sites to roll out those virtual professional development sessions. We wanted to still continue to provide professional development related to English learners, even in this distance learning format. So we're working on implementing those PD sessions in the future. So we will be happy to update the board at a later time regarding those developments. We are also asking all teachers to ensure that they are continuing to provide designated ELD for their English learners. So even during distance learning, they need to make sure that they're still meeting the needs of their English learner students. The other item I had on my agenda was Title I. And for Title I, we are making the pivot to virtual. School site council meetings have gone virtual, just like board meetings. So school site admins will have to meet with their school site councils virtually and then conduct elections via virtual platforms. But they are working with their school communities to identify resources to help support struggling students. That's the whole intent of Title I. And we're working with school sites to make sure that they're providing supplemental educational resources for their students. And that's the end of my brief report. If you have any questions about Title I or English learners, I'd be happy to field them at this time.
Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Sejas, for your report. Dr. Washer?
Thank you. And now we'll have Paul Warren talk briefly about special education.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. President Nava, Dr. Washer, members of the board, just a few quick things. So this quarter is very different than last quarter when it comes to distance learning. We are required to provide our free and appropriate public education requirements are we're required to provide essentially 100% implementation of IEPs through distance learning. So special education is working hard to get guidance out to teachers, support staff as expeditiously as possible to help them to understand what the expectations are for them with special education. We're trying to increase collaboration among our teachers and service providers using different technological platforms. We have very diverse special education needs, so trying to get different types of special ed programs connected with each other so that they can share and collaborate lesson plans and information and different ways of administering distance learning during this time. Also, we're trying to get legal guidance and direction as we navigate special education distance learning issues as they arise. And ultimately, we're just trying to pick up where we left off last February. We have a lot of things to catch up with as far as assessments and IEPs, and also working with other members of cabinet and other groups to address learning loss and compensatory supports for our kids, and trying to determine what we can do moving forward to help make up for some of the missing things that kids had from last quarter. So ultimately, that's kind of where we are. And are there any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Warren? Thank you, Paul, for your report. I know gotten you. When you give me the highs, I can watch you. So you're pretty calm there. Can you hear me? Gary? He's muted off.
Yes.
Continue. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nava. I will go on to the next slide, which is meal service. What I want to share with you and make sure that folks understand is that the waiver that was in place last spring for all students to be able to receive a free meal did not get extended, or at least at this point has not been extended by the federal government. I understand that there is talk and that may happen, but we have not heard any word that that has been extended or will in the near future. So it is the same pay structure as is in place during in-person instruction. Meals are provided 3 days a week, breakfast and lunch. They are serving at 35 sites. As of August 13th, we've had over 8,000 students served, over 32,000 meals served, and snack and supper will be has started after the school began on August 14th. Okay, we'll move on to the next slide, which is health and safety update. I'm going to ask Mr. Khan to briefly share an update on where we are and to talk a little bit about how the PPE distribution is going at the sites.
Thank you, Dr. Washer, President Nava, members of the board. In light of some of the recent news articles on PPE, I think board may have heard from several principals tonight that who are reporting that it's going well. I myself spoke with 6 principals, 2 at the elementary, 1 at middle school, 2 at the high school, and then 1 at an alternative school. All reported that distribution was going very well. Also, our site cleaning protocols are we're trying to stick with normal schedules. I do understand that bathrooms are getting cleaned twice a day, and to some extent, normal custodial runs may not be occurring simply because principals are altering custodial reporting hours. There are some sites that have moved night custodians today so that all custodians report during the day when staff are there. While the rooms do get trashed every night or every day, the fact that a principal has pulled night custodians into the day shift just means it's not going to get done at the night, so they're at nighttime, so there may be trash during the day. PPE ordering is still going well. We're very well stocked on what we perceive to be the original needs. We're finding that there are all kinds of different face shields. We're actively trying to purchase those as we speak. We do have, for instance, an order of in for 10,000 disposable face shields. We have orders in for face shields that have the drapes on the bottom. We have advised staff also that they can retrofit face shields in stock by simply taping a paper towel at the bottom. I believe the board may have seen the desk partition shields that Dr. Washer is just displaying over there. But we do have an order in for 600,000 of these items. I'd be happy to take any questions on the health and safety.
President Nava, I have a question.
$600,000 worth.
Yes, Ms. McFarland?
For 28,000 students. I'm sorry.
So I have just a real quick question. Are we saying that a piece of paper towel is just as effective as a medical mask? Or is that our alternative as a, did I misunderstand that?
We are not ordering medical quality masks. These aren't items that you'd find in a surgical theater.
I just want to make sure that we're not pulling out a roll of paper towel and saying, let's duct tape this to the bottom of a mask.
That is our suggestion. The products available in the marketplace are simply pieces of paper at the bottom of the mask. So,
but I would hope that their construction and maybe their quality or medical use would be better than anything that we would touch and attach. I'm finding that hard to believe. Am I the only one that's confused by that, or maybe?
It's entirely possible there's a difference, but until we can get face shields with pre-installed drapes on them, it's a solution.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. A quick question about the drapes. We are following the county health guidelines. Is that correct?
We are.
And the shields that you ordered, because I've seen them, are they approved by the county?
I don't know that the county actually approves individual shields
They give recommendations at all?
for particular products, not that I'm aware.
Have they recommended then we take a shield and put a paper towel underneath it and tape it to the shield that I saw? Because the shield that I saw was probably would make a great frisbee, but I doubt it would be something that I mean, my understanding is, how much do we spend on those shields?
I don't have the exact
Per-
number. It's thousands and thousands. The first, if I remember correctly, the first set of shields we ordered in April, maybe May. They were, if I remember correctly, $5 a unit. So.
Okay. And then lastly, so are we following any medical guidelines on our ordering? Or you used to wear a neck gaiter when you came to these meetings. Now you're wearing a mask. Gaiters now are considered the worst covering to have. Are we following any guidelines from anybody that's an epidemiologist in medical technology? Or are we just simply ordering because it looks good in the catalog and the price?
We do not have epidemiologists on a consultant basis in the district, no.
So who's judges what is safe and what's not safe?
Well, in some respects, County Office of Ed has provided us with very similar material. I don't know if they qualify as the authority that you seek, but we are buying similar products to what county has been distributing. And county received their product from the state of California.
Okay, I just have some real hard questions about what was given out to teachers, the shields, and the suggestion that they tape a paper towel underneath to act as a drape. I find that, especially to our special ed teachers that have to do up close testing, insulting. Mr. Heberly, I'll turn the floor to you.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Mr. Heberly.
Thank you. Yeah, there is a wide variety and range of safety equipment. I think what I would suggest is that there needs to be kind of a baseline as to what can be provided. I don't think that an actual surgical mask is what needs to be provided. Because if you look at what the mask is designed to do, it's more for the wearer not to spread outward as opposed to it coming inward. According to doctors at like John Hopkins and Stanford and all that kind of stuff. Trust me, I'm not an expert at it. And what we use at work, if you don't have a mask, if you don't have gloves, your engine is out of service. They were definitely not surgical in nature. However, they do have a permeable rating on them. And if you talk about face shields as for one, there's a wide variety of whether they're reusable, whether they're disposable, whether they're cleanable. And so what I would say just off the cuff is it would be good to have reusable, cleanable ones for teachers because they're going to wear them long term and they're going to take care of them. But maybe you have, you use the example of a special ed student coming in. That would be something that would probably be either needs to be disposable or what have you. So yeah, I certainly don't have any recommendation. All it is just an explanation that there's a wide variety of safety equipment. And the problem is in discussions with safety equipment, there at some point there has to be kind of a base that the agency has available. Now, if somebody wants to go above that or below that, that's their choice. But I think your point is well taken, is that you want to have a safe piece of equipment that you pass out, but it's certainly not needed to have it at the very highest level, as opposed to, but then again, you don't want some piece of trash either, and today was probably the first time I'd even heard of the drapes. So of course I asked my daughter what they use at the hospital, and she said they're kind of like some of them are like a tissue paper, very thin, but their purpose is not to encapsulate the face. It's more for spatter. That, so anyway, I'm just offering that for whatever it's worth.
Thank you, Mr. Eberly. Anybody else?
Yeah, real
Yeah,
quick.
Mr. Neely.
Mr. Khan, I've worked with board members from other districts, and they've been talking about PPE that comes from the state, goes to the county, and then is distributed by the county. Are we getting some of that?
We've already received.
All right, so
Like,
that's
so we were told we would receive stockpiles of gloves as well. Apparently that's not going to be forthcoming.
okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Once again, it's very disappointing that our elected officials in Sacramento haven't taken the lead on this. And to be left with a variety of standards, like we've seen time and time again, as to individual safety, doesn't make any sense, especially when so many teachers across the state, so many students, so many parents have these concerns and share these type of issues. It was so most similar to when we're talking about the opening of school. Finally, the state took the lead, took their rightful responsible lead, and put together the standards that if you're on the watch list, there was no in-person education. Well, no one in the state wasn't on the watch list, so there was in effect no in-person education. I demand that our teachers, our employees have the highest safety standards, and I'm looking forward to guidance from many different sources to achieve that, because quite frankly, you can't teach if you're dead. So.
Thank you, Mr. Freitas. Okay, Mr. Khan, consensus is that check into the quality of equipment that we're getting, if it's approved by the county. My thing is on this is, you get so many kinds of products, like for example, toilet paper, Charmin or Northern, they both do the job, but which one's is the legal one? Anyway, would you take care of that, please? Any other questions? Yes.
And the ones that we procured on our own are not a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Dr. Washer?
Thank you, Mr. Nava, members of the board. Just wrapping up, you will see at the next board meeting, next couple board meetings, the learning continuity and attendance plan. This is in lieu of the LCAP. So these items listed here are the elements of that plan. So that will come to you at the next couple board meetings. And just wanted to reiterate that there are great things happening in this district with this whole crisis situation. Everybody is stepping up to do a fantastic job. want to make note and thank the Got Kids Foundation. They are doing a Keep Kids Connected campaign and putting bags of supplies and fun things for kids together that will be distributed as can be done based on their budget. So our community is stepping up, our staff is stepping up. I hope that you are very proud of what's happening.
Thank you, Dr. Washer. Okay, we have some public comments on this update of start of school. Yeah.
Yes, we have one, Michelle Oregon.
Okay, could put Michelle on, please.
Go ahead, Michelle.
Thank you. Good evening, President Nava, members of the board, Dr. Washer, student representatives. It's so wonderful to see your faces attending to our meeting and still being here at this late hour, and great hearing about the things going on at your high schools and the ideas that you have to get your students excited and involved in this unprecedented time. Great to hear from you about that tonight. With regards to this report item, I appreciate the teachers and administrators who shared some of the fantastic things that are going on at their school sites. Having worked alongside Analia Puga, as she said, she will hunt those parents down and have those one-on-one conversations. By golly, she does it. And, that's building those relationships and making sure that those families understand that Lodi Unified wants those students to succeed. So it was great hearing from the teachers and administrators tonight about all of the positive things that were going on. With regards to this report item, we have, and I appreciate board members asking about the PPE wear and the, quality or rating of the PPE wear. However, I would just again say that the association in no way believes that any teacher should be asked to tape paper towels to a face shield and expect that to be any kind of safety net for them in any situation, especially not one-on-one face-to-face testing. We are very concerned about that. Mr. Khan and I did have a conversation because we have been getting sporadic comments about site cleanliness and the PPE wear. We have been reiterating and reminding teachers if they don't have something to contact their administrators. We have found that, as was noted, I think by Michael Coughlin and another administrator, about 35% of teachers district-wide are teaching from home. And then we have, of those surveyed, quite a large amount that are switching from home to school. That does reduce the need for some of the PPE wear, but as I brought to you, one of the concerns for our safety was the, and I say this wrong every time, the Oxivar spray, which is taking place of the Clorox wipes that we could not get. It wasn't necessarily the directions on the label that is most important. Teachers thought those spray bottles that were left in some rooms were the custodians, that they accidentally left the spray bottle behind and didn't realize that they were supposed to clean and disinfect their own area. They understood, as we understood at bargaining, that those rooms would have disinfecting going on regularly, especially if the room was shared. And that is one of the things that with shared rooms, I believe it was Adam Auerbach that shared that they started a Google form at sites to better keep track of what rooms teachers were in, and if there were multiple people, because now we have our paras working alongside our teachers in some rooms. So if you have multiple people in those rooms, those are ones that we should certainly look at disinfecting. So we will be sharing that survey with Mr. Khan in great detail so we can make sure that all sites have all the PPE wear and reminding teachers to ask if they don't have. Thank you, Mr. Porter, for bringing up I think it was Mr. Porter, about the distinguishing of the shields, the disposable versus the ones that teachers would get. I saw somebody put one on and I reckoned it to the little report folder that I used to put reports in when I was in high school, a very flimsy piece of plastic. But again, it is just to cover the eyes from splatter. But I would hope we would certainly want something of quality and standard so that our teachers feel that they are protected, especially when they are being asked to go one-on-one. I know that we are not getting to everything on this agenda, and this may be kind of out of order, but the things that are happening with the after-school tutoring, we are very excited about that coming and helping those students after school. And the technology, I have to say that I've heard so much about our coaches and our technology department. I would hope that we also look at offering our site tech leads, who I'm told have now already gone through their allotment of hours within the first 2 weeks of school. They've done their 30 hours with helping their fellow colleagues, and I'm sorry for my dog barking, that we look at maybe extending those hours through first quarter to more, where this begins to taper off. And as Mr. Marchesini said, I'm a teacher who's learning on the fly and learned a lot from my colleagues. So, that may diminish the need, but let's make sure that we continue to help. My dog is going to bark in unison with me tonight. I'm sorry. Isn't this how it goes? Distance learning. Riley, Kelly Coble must be on because that's the only time she barks. So my apologies for that. Again, being very intentional in what we order, and as we move forward and go forward with one-to-one, face-to-face special ed meetings, that our teachers are definitely prepared with what they need in order to keep them safe. The last update that I might ask on this is, how are our exposures and our testing positive, and making sure that anyone that's coming into school and working going, and not to be the downer on tonight, I think, and as you know, I think we have amazing teachers and paras that have been working in breakout sessions with students, and our food service and everything has been doing an amazing job, and secretaries registering and getting the classes set up again in areas with different models. But I want to make sure that we really are looking after the safety of all of our employees and doing the best by all of them in what we can. So As we end tonight, I would just ask that we analyze what it is that we are purchasing, and if we need our medical assisting teachers to help us with what's good products, maybe we ask them for assistance in not buying the cheapest, maybe one that we make sure that there's some value. And I appreciate that on the order form tonight that we did see the shields with the drapes being ordered. That was part of the MOU. So thank you. It is a late hour. Thank you, board, and Scott and Jeff for bringing those wonderful examples of what's going on in the classrooms. And thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you, Michelle.
We'll continue on with our agenda. I'd like to postpone the two other reports and go to routine agenda. Any objections to that, board? All right. Let's go with the action items consent agenda A. Any board members would like to pull any of the items? Yes, Mr. Khan.
I'd like to pull A7 for just a brief comment, please.
Anybody else? Anybody from the public would like to pull any items from the routine agenda A?
Yes, Michelle Oregon would like to pull a 10, 12, and 14.
Mr. Freitas.
I move to approve the remainder of consent agenda A.
I'd like to
I'll
second.
second.
All right, it's moved by Mr. Freitas, second by Ms. McFarland to approve the rest of the routine agenda A. Mr. Knacksack,
Aye.
Mr. Neely, Mr. Heberly,
Aye.
Porter, Mr. Nava, aye. Pass 7-0. Okay, Mr. Khan, A7.
Thank you, President Nava, members of the board, Dr. Washer. I just want to remind the board that while it looks like there's a large add change order to this project of $274,000, it was simply an add of additional work for the contractor. The board did approve a $14.2 million budget for this project. At this time, we believe we'll come in either at or under budget for the entire project.
May I have a motion?
Mr. President.
Freitas. Move to approve item
I move to
A7.
approve
Who
A7.
seconded? Susan McFarland seconded. Mr. Neely,
Aye.
Mr. Heberly,
Aye.
Mr. Knacksack,
Aye.
Mr. Porter,
Aye.
Mr. Nava, aye. Motion carries 7-0. Michelle Oregon on item A10.
Thank you. Just for clarification purposes, the revised contract amount is under what we did for Needham in the replacing of the electrical. I heard that we were going over.
For the Needham,
you-
Mr. Nava, for the Needham project, we'll present on the 27th, and yes, the entire construction project's likely to go over. But for this electrical redo, where we replaced the transformer and the switchgear for the site, it did come in under budget.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. So part of it is on a separate item at another time. This is only, okay, thank you.
Needham
No further-
project's been very complicated. I believe we have 8 increments of work in that project.
Mr. Nava, move to approve.
Yes, Mr. Neely moved to approve item A10, second by Mr. Heberly. Mr. Knacksack,
Aye.
Mr. Freitas, Mr. Porter,
Aye.
Ms. McFarland.
Aye.
Sanava, aye. Motion carries 7-0. Item 812, Michelle Oregon.
I think you can hear me now. With item A10 and or A12, excuse me, on the application, I understand that there was messages that went out to school sites regarding school site council, and I heard tonight from administrators that that was going out to work with the sites themselves to develop site plans. We heard last night at our continuity meeting that there was a deadline for those. Is there something that's going to be going out to teachers on electing their school site council members and working with making sure that we follow through with all of these requirements and the funding and how it's done and voted on?
Is that your item, Mr. Khan? Mr. Sally?
Mr. Nava and members of the board, Dr. Washer, yes, communication is going out to sites to move forward with virtual meetings and setting the proper deadlines and such. The deadline associated with this particular item is we need to submit these assurances by August 31st. So that's why we're seeking action tonight. But was some delay about the planning of or the meeting online, which obviously we need to do. But yes, communication will continue to go out to the sites, and we'll ask that the teachers are included in all of that as usual.
Do we have a deadline as to when that would be, Mr. Solly?
I believe that the word will be going out within a week to the sites. I don't remember the deadline of the actual date for the meeting, but that will be included in the communication to sites.
Okay, thank you.
Move to approve.
All right, Mr. Neely move to approve. Mr. Heberly second. Mr. Knaxak.
Aye.
Mr. Freitas. Mr. Porter.
Aye.
Ms. McFarland.
Aye.
Mr. Nava, aye. Motion carries on item A12, 7-0. Item A14, Michelle Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. Nave, again. I know in the past we've had a hard time with filling some of our teaching spots for our blind. Do we have anyone currently in our teaching ranks that is working with our blind students, or are we contracting everything out now?
Is this Mr. Warren's?
I don't know the exact number of students, but we do have visually impaired students. So I would have to look into that information, but I do know that we have a need for this contract.
Okay, so we don't know at this time that we have any teachers in our ranks. I know that Nina, I believe, left us last year. I would just hope that we would try to get a teacher within our ranks to do this instead of contracting out, and encourage that we do search for that. Thank you.
Move to approve.
All right, Mr. Neely move to approve, second by Ms. McFarland. Mr. Knaxak.
Aye.
Mr. Freitas. Mr. Peberly. Mr. Porter. And Mr. Nava, aye. All motion carries on A14, 7-0. Consent agenda B, student discipline cases.
Move to approve.
Been moved by Mr. Neely.
Second.
Second by Ms. McFarland to approve consent agenda B, student discipline cases. Mr. Freitas. Mr. Heberly. Mr. Porter. Mr. Knaxak.
Aye.
Mr. Nava, aye. Motion carries on agenda, consent agenda B, 7-0. Okay, other action items. Apex, yes, Mr. Freitas.
Rapid fire machine gun approach to governing, but these other action items, I'm not really excited that we cover the next 3 of them in the next 2 minutes. Is there anything that has a time sensitive deadline
Yes,
according to staff?
yes, there are several. Item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All of them, sorry.
Apex Learning on-site course, Mr. Sally.
This is an opportunity to extend our Apex Learning courses to, we currently sort of piecemeal it, and certain sites get so many licenses, and the cost on that annually has been about $60,000. In planning ahead for distance learning, when we go to a hybrid and distance models, we're going to have some challenges meeting the needs of all our courses and offerings. This contract offers the opportunity for us to have a full-on access to the entire Apex catalog for all 7th through 12th students to take any courses they wish. So we basically it's a limitless course list, and so the costs have dropped dramatically from over $100 per license to about, I think it's $7 to $8 a license, and the CARES funding, which will allow us to obtain a 3-year agreement, would give us a long-term opportunity to pave the way for opening up some more distance learning opportunities and independent study courses, and some of the discussions that you had several meetings back about an long-term online solution to our student course needs for distance learning.
Thank you, Mr. Sally. Mr. Porter.
Mr. Solly, I really struggle with where we're headed with this. I was always led to believe that Apex was a credit recovery program. Is that correct?
It is currently used for credit recovery and summer school.
And it was a situation that where kids that have failed would be slid into this program as a way to make up those units and possibly pick up a UC A through G?
That's been the course load primarily up until this point.
Yeah, that was the mantra of us taking on Apex. Now it seems to me that we are sliding this in as a substitute for a regular curriculum-based class.
Well, we're envisioning that none of these are taught by, there isn't an Apex teacher. It's just the curriculum is available. There still would be a Lodi teacher of record in all of these courses and these offerings.
Mr. Silva, have you ever taught Apex?
I haven't taught it, but I have experienced these courses myself.
And when we use Apex, we always have a teacher on record. Is that correct?
Yes, we do.
And they're in the classroom with the students as well?
Yes, they are.
So from my understanding is parts of this can be very easy, parts can be very difficult. I don't like where we're going with this. As a credit recovery, I think it's okay. I would like to have a teacher in the classroom with them. I'm against where we're going with this, and I know where we're going with it, and that is we're going to use this as a tool for kids to pick up first-time classes and use them as UC requirements, failing to meet the rigor that's going on in the classroom. And I struggle with that. I've seen students knock out an AP semester course in 2 days, and I've seen some students come across certain units that they cannot do. And I'm fine with it being credit recovery. I'm fine with it being set in that area. That was what it was designed for. I don't think this is great curriculum, but it wasn't designed for us to be bought to be a part of a rigor of a regular UC required class. So I am going to be a hard no on this. I don't like where we're headed with this. I think we have teachers that could put together the curriculum and help and do DL for this. I do not like where we're going with this at all. So I can see what you're trying to do, which is fine, but I don't think it's the answer.
Well, I have some hesitation on this. My concern is that it would replace an A through G. And would it take a job from a teacher, or are we using it as a supplement for a summer school the way it was originally intended? Those would be my concerns. I would like to kind of defer and see what the other board members have to say.
We can provide clarification if you would like, Mr. Nava.
Yes, please.
Mr. Palmquist.
Thank you, President Nava, members of the board, Dr. Washer. The intent is not to replace synchronous instruction, our distance learning sections, which you've noted how we've been master scheduling. It is still the intent to have our teachers teach our kids. This provides a safety net. It replaces existing contracts we have. And when I say a safety net, there are times at which what we've learned is folks are changing their minds quite a bit. From the time that we announced distance learning signups to the time we went to level 1, there was hundreds of minds changed. There are certain courses that we can't offer, some one-offs, some outliers. I think almost at every site, we got down to single digits. Like everything in double digits across the district, we were able to offer a section for, taught by our teachers, which is the wish of the board. There are, one-offs and two-offs. It would provide a potential safety net for somebody who changes their mind, somebody who needs a course that we can't offer, but it is not, the intent is not to turn all distance learning that way. It could future-proof us against something that we're also finding, and we can't predict the future, but there has been some folks who want asynchronous learning, which would be more of a self-paced. Again, this would not be the core program of any school, but there is some demand for that. This could help to address that. Our independent study programs have exploded. We're up significantly at both Independence and Valley Robotics. Again, the intent is not to, supplant the core work. That is not the intent. However, these are tools that can be used when an independent study student needs a course that a teacher, that they don't have somebody to provide that course for. Again, that would only be by people who want to be there and are looking to do that. It is not so that somebody could, the intent is not be done with high school in a month because you're really self-starting. We also found with distance learning that middle school electives can be particularly challenging for folks who want distance learning all year. We can get all the core classes figured out just right, but there's just a limited amount of electives. So a large number of students requesting that would have maybe not really an elective. They might get a course, but they wouldn't have any elective. So it could open up, because currently our Apex does not extend down to middle school. This just opens up the full catalog to possibilities and flexibilities. There is not a plan, though, to use it to supplant the core program. It does future-proof us against asynchronous, a rise in independence if we need it, potential middle school options. But again, this is for outliers and exceptions, not core program. It's about flexibility and options. And again, it replaces an existing expense and contract we have and just gives us more utility from the tool. I hope that's helpful, at least from the mindset and the strategy behind why we might want this available, and some of the thinking on future proofing with this tool. But that's the best I can give as far as the overview from the secondary department. Does that help, Dr. Washer?
Thank you, Jeff. Mr. Freitas?
So, I'm sorry, I'm kind of new to this, and basically what we had here was one paragraph and then a bill. So I have a ton of questions on this. So how many students use this?
Well, currently there's somewhere in the neighborhood of 450 to 500 seat licenses across the district.
We're also,
This would be for all students, 712.
And how much do we pay for that right now?
It's
For the 500 or so
approaching
seat licenses?
$60,000. Yes.
A year? Okay. And is this used on all of our campuses, or is it used on only independent study, or is it used at Liberty, or?
I believe it's used at all of the comprehensives at Liberty. I can't speak to every campus, but I believe it is every. Lincoln Tech also utilizes the program.
How many students?
Okay, and then
Well,
how many
the
students used it
licensing
last year?
is you can transfer. So when a student completes their course, they can hand it to another student. So the licensing is, like I said, about 450 to 500 seats. The number of students that actually use them over the course of the year could be anywhere up to twice that many, depending upon if a student completes it and hands off the license, or if he utilizes it the whole year.
And okay, I know it's late. I know I'm getting grumpy. Third time. How many students used this last year?
I can only speak to how many licenses there were. I don't know if it was used more than once.
Okay, so we don't even know if all 500 of the seats were all 500 of the
They were
licenses
used once.
were used
What I'm
last year.
saying is they might have been used twice by a second student.
And we know that because we don't buy extra licenses, or we just buy licenses as
We
they're
buy
used.
licenses as the need rises, and there are, like just recently, I had a request to add some licenses to Valley Robotics, but because they were hitting that ceiling, they were running out of licenses. So it's we buy them sort of a la carte, or as we have more students enrolling.
So, and each license is for one class?
One student for a course, yes.
So 60,000 divided by 500 means that we're basically paying $120 a class.
Well, and actually, so the student could take the next course. He occupies a license and completes the course, could take another course. So it's really a per seat license, not necessarily a per course license. I don't have the
And we don't know if how many did
how
that.
many courses were completed.
So if we somehow use this for possibly 500, possibly more students, why then would we ever want to expand this to make it available to 14,000 students when we already have our curriculum in place and we're teaching them, if we have no need?
Well, we would run out of licenses. We're pretty much at the cap of licensing that we utilize on an annual basis. And if we were to have switched to the distance learning model or the hybrid model, as Mr. Palmquist was just speaking to, we would have absolutely run out, within a day, and the demands would have skyrocketed. So.
Maybe at the end of the day, this does come down to what do we stand for? And, do we stand for $120 courses for an H through G requirement, or do we stand for our teachers teaching our kids in the way that Lodi Unified demands? I don't have information to say that my colleagues are wrong in voting against this, and I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed with this presentation, and maybe there's more to it, but I don't see it here tonight. I'm voting against it.
Thank you, Mr. Freitas. Mr. Neely?
Thank you, Mr. Nava. I have taught with Apex in a classroom situation. And you need to look at Apex as another tool. And for $140,000 for 12, 13, 14,000 kids to have access to this is an incredible deal. All right. I mean, it's we need to train our teachers to be able to use this, and they don't have to use the whole thing. They can grab Apex and they can grab pieces out of it. And then they can add, because I did this, I know this, okay? And then you can supplement the actual Apex with things that you find. And one of the beautiful things about this is it updates all the time. This is what I've been talking about for 8 years, for we eventually need to get to as a curriculum delivery. All right? That's the way we need to look at it. It gives us incredible flexibility. It gives the individual teacher in the classroom incredible flexibility. No longer will we have textbooks in 2016 that refer to Senator Barack Obama. You know, stuff. And when kids go out, like some of our kids go to Mexico several times a year, if they have internet access down there, they can work with this as well. When kids are out ill, they can work with this. I've had kids in a classroom that are out ill, and they've been able to get on and see what we're doing and work with us. This thing is incredibly flexible. Now, I was shocked when I saw the price on this, because I thought it would be a lot more, because number-wise, the school that I worked at when we did this, it was a lot more. So I guess we're getting a deal because of the size. But there are so many opportunities here. There are A to G courses in there. So if you're using it in an A to G classroom, you can pull a couple of things out of there. You can pull some lessons out of there and use them when you want to. This is the first step toward modernizing the way that we educate kids. And let's face it, we need to modernize it. There's a lot. I mean, this is an opportunity for us to really start moving forward. And it's a 3-year contract, so I love that, because we can continue to use it. It goes down into middle school, which is fantastic. How many Mandarin Chinese teachers do we have in middle school?
I don't think we have any middle school.
Well, it's here. One of the things that we did at our school also is we had a teacher that would sit in the classroom, and kids could take classes that we don't offer. But they would be supervised by a teacher who knew how to use Apex and would work with them and help them through the progression. There's a lot of different ways. This thing is incredibly flexible, and it's another tool that we've got that we can bring more things to our kids. So I highly recommend that we look at the approval on this.
Thank you, Mr. Neely. Mr.
Neely,
Heberly? Oh,
I appreciate your enthusiasm for this, and I appreciate the flexibility. But if someone can take a class in 2 days and somehow get an A through G requirement, I don't know if that's what I want my school.
But we don't have to do that.
Stand
Apex.
Well, where's the safeguards? They can't even tell us how many people use this. So if
Apex doesn't pass them, we do. So there won't be any AP courses taken in 2 days, because we do that. We have control over this, complete control. So
where does that say? Where does that say that in this presentation?
I totally agree with you on that.
I don't know if we're going to convince each other. I want to get to the other board members and then go from there.
I'm agreeing with him. I'm just saying, though, these are my problems and these are my concerns, and they're not being answered.
Mr. Heberly?
Thank you. So that's kind of the same problem I'm having as what Mr. Freitas is saying. I have a lot of questions and I don't see any answers that I can find anywhere. Other than, well, it works and I mean, George worked with it. I mean, I get his passion behind it, but I have a real question. Even summer school, okay? If you're going to summer school, you're going to make up a semester in a couple of weeks. Seriously? Come on. And I don't want Apex to do that for us. Now, Mr. Neely said, well, we don't have to. Where? I printed it all out. I don't see any of that. And I look at the good side of we're going down the road for this could set us up for what we wanted to do as a district is have a year-round digital learning thing, a platform where the kids could go, kind of like some of the charter schools that have, and that we would have that also offered. But what I don't want this to do is to make it so easy for the kids to pass a course on Apex. It's like, why would I go through a whole semester of this or a whole year of this when I could just jump on Apex and knock it out in no time flat? Now, if I'm wrong, well, I don't see any information that tells me that's not going to happen. So I have some real serious problems with it. I do like, I'm a big believer in flexibility, options. That part of it I really like. But the part I don't like is I don't have any assurances of rigor. So I'm pretty lukewarm to cold about this. So anyway,
Mr.
that's
Nava.
it.
All right, Mr. Knapsack.
I look at it as, come on, okay. I look at it as just another tool in the toolbox. It provides teachers with options. The price is lower. I really don't see the sky falling over this. So I'm going to vote to approve it.
You know, I'm puzzled. I want Mr. Freitas, I want the people that are responsible for this to answer his questions. Mr. Freitas, you didn't get any answers, you told me.
Credit recovery. Don't get me wrong. And I believe this is a very important function of our district. You know, different strokes for different folks, and not everyone learns it the same way. But I'm concerned about someone doing 4 years of high school, AP high school in a month, and then walking out with a Lodi Unified diploma. That's not what I'm about.
Mr. Nava?
Yes,
If I
Mr.
may.
Sally.
So, as it alludes to in the description here, the course it's Apex courseware. It's still scheduled as any course would be scheduled with a Lodi teacher's teacher record, and that teacher controls the pace, the scope, and sequence as the teacher does with the McGraw-Hill program. So no one, I wouldn't envision students racing through this course with the teacher helping them navigate the content as they would in a science course with our new McGraw Inspire curriculum. It's simply an opportunity to have more courses available that has been alluded to, some of the courses that we don't have at hand, but also some courses we do. But it would be a different curriculum instead of the textbook possibly that we have now. It's an online curriculum, and so there are options for expanding the course load. But there's no intent here to to race through the curriculum, to replace the teacher. It's still a Lodi course with a Lodi teacher using the Apex courseware.
Any other questions? Freitas? Okay, Susan.
You know, my concern is that this is going to infiltrate into our master schedule. And now you've got 30 kids extra in a class, and we really don't want to add a teacher. So let's add this, but we'll have a teacher oversee it. This scares me. I feel like we need quite a bit more information. I feel like I'm echoing. Am I echoing? It's just me, maybe. I feel like I need more information. This is in a box. Apex is a wonderful tool. I agree. But the format that we need to use in the past, I have no problem with. What I don't want to see is it infiltrate into a classroom on a daily schedule, and that we have a babysitter overseeing these classes. My concern is, how is it being used at the Robotics Academy? Mr. Palmquist, can you give us that? Because if we're using it there, that makes me nervous that we're plumping kids in front of a computer to use it for a course when you've got one teacher. That is not the format I want to see it in. So I think I need something to convince me that this is a go.
Mr. Palmquist?
I can get you that information, or President Nava, members of the board. I can get you more specifics on that information. I think as has been shared, it's curriculum. To Mr. Freitas's comment, I don't have any of the hard numbers, but every credit recovery, all the credit recovery that we do goes through Apex. So those licenses are recycled quite a bit. It's at any one time we have them. And the reason for that is just, it's economic, right? We don't try not to use them all up at once, and we recycle them. They're used multiple times. As to how different people use it in different capacities, again, teachers do have a lot of control and autonomy. So to burrow into any one, we would probably, I think Mr. Neely did a pretty nice job of explaining how he's used it. But so some of those stories you hear about kids being able to knock it out in summer school, that very well may be true. If they're sitting there for hours on end, and somebody has to be there guiding them through, though. There's checkpoints, and there is somebody who's a gatekeeper of that, not unlike gatekeepers of everything else we do. So I think that's one of the things to be clear, that I don't think there's anybody wants, to turn a kid loose and just say, we'll see you in a week with all your courses done. That's not the intent. We already are using this program quite a bit. We're also anticipating we may have a lot of credit recovery needs coming down the road. We don't know how everybody's going to adjust. We're hopeful, we're hearing great things, but we may have an explosion in credit recovery needs, or what summer school looks like next year could be different. Again, the intent here is outliers and customization and flexibility, potential asynchronous down the road. I could see one of the things that might come back when we talk about distance learning, two distance learning options in the future at some point. A synchronous one, like we're doing right now, and an asynchronous one, maybe for somebody who would rather go to like an online academy somewhere. There's an asynchronous option. Again, the idea isn't to take that option and replace the quote unquote normal school. So how it's used is the whole course is laid out and it's customized. I can get you individual information on how it's used from different folks throughout the district. It is used by a number of teachers over a number of sites. Usually the purpose has been credit recovery. What we're saying is we could still continue to use this for credit recovery only, and this would be a deal, because we would now take, instead of 500 licenses, have unlimited licenses. We could do credit recovery at one time, and we could future-proof against a tidal wave of credit recovery needs that are coming that we have yet to see. But again, there's a lot of thought that goes. I don't think there's anybody who wants to diminish the capacity or the value of what we do. The courses, when they say, they're still gatekeepers with the College Board and the UC system, all of those things have to get vetted in the same way. So I think maybe the presence of this might signal that somehow there's going to be a shift in the core program. From my perspective, that is not what, that's not what I am seeing or what the sites are discussing. We're looking at this as customizing safety options, safety nets for one-offs and things we can't provide, and expanding some flexibility and potentially future-proofing for credit recovery. And I can get you specifics on how different people use it and the way it's used, but it's not, set it and forget it, so to speak.
Thank you, Jeff. Let me put my 2 cents on. I'm not a. I know that I had a problem with this. We brought it up before, and I went into Google. Apex Learning. There is the flexibility that George mentioned. There is not any comments negative towards Apex Learning from middle school to high school. And what Jeff is talking about, I mean, I'm convinced that this is a good program for the price that you have right there for it. So I'm for it. Any other comments? Mr. Heberly?
The whole time I've been trying to grasp how it works, and
Like always, I'm a operational person.
like always, I'm a operational person.
I get the credit recovery.
So you're saying I get the credit recovery, I get the summer school, and am I okay? Oh, okay. I get that part of it. And just that example that you just used, Mr. Palmquist, is okay. So we have those outliers that there's no room, and it's there's not enough sections, and it's really full, and there might be 2 people that wanted the class, but that would overload the class, so they have the opportunity to use Apex. Is that what we're saying?
The way I'm imagining outliers would be, let's say somebody, and this is a hypothetical, but let's say somebody wants a distance learning only experience, but there's only one or two people that want that distance learning experience for that course. So when we come back live at some point in the future, right now they might be in a class, they're getting the class they want, but maybe they change their mind, and here comes, let's say January or October, whenever it is we start to reintegrate, and they say, well, no, I can't come back to school now, or I don't want to. And they might be an outlier. So that would be somebody that we could continue to offer a course to, or offer a course to that we might not otherwise be able to offer distance, because it would provide that a different level of flexibility. It wouldn't so much be to say you've overflowed a section, so now a couple of kids take it this way. We're looking at it as a safety net on distance learning, not knowing what the future will hold, and not knowing how people's choices will change, and they have been changing. Again, we are teaching 33 sections of honors and AP distance, and scores of other courses, all distance learning sections. We're talking about some outliers, some remainders, and people changing their minds, which is happening frequently. Some people are choosing for a blended option. So in your example, it wouldn't be like, okay, we've got too many kids for X class, so now you're kicked to the Apex version. We're not in this context. What we're looking at is truly outliers and safety nets for the distance learning piece, not for the, if that makes sense. Is that a?
Yeah. Let me do a follow-up. Let me do a follow-up. So under what you just explained, that student does not want to go back to the classroom. So we say, okay, you can stay distance learning, and you will now move to Apex. Okay. But there's a teacher of record. So that student then still has the in-person daily teacher that is supposed to be supervising.
But now that's
okay. But now that student still counts as that teacher's number.
So
right?
they wouldn't be scheduled in that same course. So I think I'd have to explain. In other words, they wouldn't stay on that class's roster. They wouldn't stay like if you were teaching, let's say, a math class. But again, we're kind of getting into the weeds on it in the sense that this is, I mean, this part is just a safety net. The massive use is going to be credit recovery and those types of things. This is just one potential use of this tool. So you're right. There is somebody who would be providing that relationship, just like they do already for credit recovery, just like we already do for summer school. We would have to staff it that way, but it wouldn't be necessarily the same person who's teaching the live class. Does that make sense? It wouldn't stay on their roster.
I just don't see when they do that. I just don't see how they would be supervised. How virtually they'd have to be virtual, not on campus physically. Okay.
You're correct. They would have to do it,
Okay.
not unlike what we're doing now.
Okay.
And actually, I'm sorry, for the money part of it, we're going from 60,000 a year to like 130,000 a year. Not 140. Okay. Nod. Somebody nod. Anybody nod? Thank you. I got a nod. So that would be for 3 years. Okay. Okay. And you're going to use the mitigation money for doing the 3-year contract now. All right. Thank you. I'm done.
Okay, Mr. Porter, last time.
Since I started this whole thing.
Yeah, you did.
First of all, when you teach credit recovery, you could have 7 different courses going on, maybe 12. So you're not teaching anything. You're guiding, and you're guiding what is done through Apex. So if they come in a bump in the road, you kind of have to work it through with them through Apex. When we took on Apex as a district, it was for credit recovery. Now, I'm a big proponent of distance learning online. I don't view Apex as solving that answer. Does it provide extra curriculum to a teacher? Probably, but I have yet to meet a credit recovery teacher tell me that the curriculum is great. Sure, you can connect the dots, but in credit recovery, if you teach it, you're teaching multiple subjects. Don't tell me you're the gatekeeper, because the gatekeeper holds things up. What's holding things up is, I'm done with this section, I'm moving ahead. Is that correct, Mr. Palmquist?
So let me
So the
understand.
student, it's self-guided.
The way it is done in credit recovery is definitely self-guided.
So what we're headed towards here is a change in what the district originally agreed to use Apex for. We haven't negotiated whether our 500 license would still be 60,000. Is that true?
Yes, the price would remain. It would be
Would
a
remain
renewal.
60,000. Can we get a 3-year commitment on the 500 licenses?
Yes,
Have we got a price for it?
it would be that price.
It'd be 180,000 or 60,000.
Well, it'd be 60,000 a year, so
That's
180,000 for 3 years.
$180,000.
Correct.
And you're saying for 3 years, we get the whole catalog for 140.
No, for 409.
It's 140 a year. That's what I'm
year.
checking here, because it said a 3-year commitment, which
Right.
means you're on the hook now. 3 times 140, doing my little math in my brain, is $420,000. Is that correct? So 180 versus 420 over 3 years. So let's get the math down. Then talk about what credit recovery is. And then if it's an outlier, we're going to have a teacher teach that. Then let's pay them a 120 and have them design the curriculum. If a student wants Mandarin, we do have Japanese, it's okay. I'm sure that we could find somewhere in our catalog that course and that teacher that would like to do it online and pay them the extra money for that period. Okay? So that's where I'm coming from in this whole thing. The curriculum might be okay, but from what I'm hearing from all the teachers in my 38 years, it's easy, it's self-guided, and the people that teach credit recovery are not technically the experts in the classes that they are the gatekeepers for. So I think we need to be very clear here what we're talking about. You said a 3-year commitment, which I thought was 140. Now it's 420. So again, getting back to your questions, they're not being answered. And we're having to dig in to get the information.
And following up on yours, why in the world, if the most we've ever used is 500 licenses for $60,000, would we now want to commit to $420,000 for the potential of maybe using more licenses, or just because it's unlimited? If the most that this district has ever used is 500. So being on the hook for 180 is quite a bit different than being on the hook for.
Mr. Neely, let's go till 12, okay, on this? All right.
We're either going to put this aside so we can get
Right.
more information,
Exactly.
or we're going to talk this thing through. Now, it is not just credit recovery. That's a misconception. That's because that's all we do. Let me finish. No, you let me finish. I listened to you the whole time. You let me finish now. What are you doing with me? You're pointing your finger at me. All right. So it is not just credit recovery. That's a misconception that's going on around here. It can be used for so much more. And why don't we use it for more? Because we don't have enough licenses. They will also included in that is half-day training every year on this. So it's in the document that's on the line. It's right there. It's all right there.
Hey, Dr. Washer.
You can control the teacher controls the progress. You can set it now when you're recovery. But when you're teaching, the teacher has to push the button to let them know. They have to show successful completion before they can move. And you can choose any day you want. It gives us another and we sign that contract and pay for it now. We get 3 years out of it for that learning loss mitigation fund. That's a good use of that money. As it goes on, not just till December, but for another 3 years. There's things that we can do with this, guys. We have to have oversight.
Thank you, George. I have a question, Dr. Washer. Is this action item at the time is of essence on this Apex learning?
Mr. Nava, members of the board, we believe it is. We'd be happy to bring it back another time if you want us to answer specific questions. What we are most concerned about in terms of time element is what Mr. Palmquist explained about students who wish to continue distance learning if we were to come back on a hybrid or full in-person model and not be able to serve all of those students. That would be our pressing time-sensitive issue, but we certainly would be happy to bring you more information if you'd like it at the next meeting. Whenever, that is what we anticipate. That is what we have been planning for, but we understand that things can change.
The reason I'm asking is I think we got 3 board members right now that need more information. Ms. McFarland, you mentioned you needed more information.
Well, we're talking about flexibility. That's what scares me, because I don't want the flexibility for this to be used in a manner that's changing the scope of how we learn. And to me, I'm not comfortable with how we're going to use an unlimited, this program unlimited. I'm not comfortable. I'm not saying it's not going to work. I just,
We can set any rules we want to.
right. And I'm telling you, I'm not comfortable with it. That's what I'm saying.
Set those rules so that you would be comfortable.
But that's not what came to us. I don't have the right to set the rules. This is how it came to me. We can set the rules, but I would need more information to set them.
Or we could set.
Correct, but I'm not going to vote on something till we know what the rules are. I'm not going to buy something unlimited with no base before we know how we're going to use it.
Thank you,
or the
Susan.
implication of it.
Thank you, Susan. Mr. Freitas, you need some more information? Mr. Heberly? Dr. Washer, actually, there's not really consensus, but I think Mr. Porter would like to bring it back.
Pretty much against it.
That's against it. You're already against it. But we got 3 board members. So we got 3 board members that are positive, 3 board members that need more time, 1 board member that's adamantly not for it. Well, it's the, yeah.
Computer programs.
Okay. So my thing is, I want to explore this a little more, so these board members be convinced either yes or no.
Okay, Mr. Nava, you could ask if there's a motion to table, or you could just have no motion and there's no action. But if we wanted to bring it back, I would suggest that somebody make a motion to table it, and you see if you want to table it.
Okay, may I hear a motion to table it? Mr. Eberly.
I make a motion that we table this until, oh, yes, go ahead. Is that correct?
Yes, we could bring it back at a later time if there's no action taken. It just kind of leaves it out there hanging, but it's up to you. Then
We have one, and it's Michelle Orlon.
All right, put her on, please.
Thank you, President Nava. As I understand it, and I'm going to preface this as the elementary teacher that had to be kind of schooled in Apex over the last couple of years and what it was and who used it, and that maybe would answer one question for Mr. Freitas, that Apex is a license of an online curriculum. So we can use it for, say, Joe for credit recovery. And when Joe is done with that one course on Apex and he's got his credit recovery for English 1, say, then that license can go to Mike to use it for Math 2 for credit recovery. We only have so many licenses and it can be split. I understand, that some of the high schools have used this throughout the school year, I believe, like Liberty and Lodi High for just credit recovery. Summer school was used for credit recovery. This year, when we talked about distance learning, it is our philosophical belief that a student should sit in front of a teacher who has written the curriculum. And we saw what amazing curriculum our teachers put together for summer school. And that was going to be our model going forward for distance learning. Now, I am quite disturbed by what I heard last night at a community meeting when I heard every single parent that was signed up for distance learning at a high school was called. And as a teacher said, another teacher used the word coerce. They tried to talk the parent out of having the child do distance learning for the year so that they would be on the books for another class, which may have led to now this high school, too many kids in a class. I don't know. That was kind of pieces that I put together after our community meeting and discussions that were had. To have those parents called and be talked out of a distance learning model where we were going to have teachers who wrote the curriculum teach all year for those students. Now we're being brought Apex for distance learning, and hearing about this for a hybrid or a distance learning model is very disturbing to me, that this was not brought up as anything other than credit recovery. And if I'm not mistaken, it has only been approved by Curriculum Council as credit recovery. I do not believe Curriculum Council has looked at the 210 different subject areas in the curriculum to approve it. I don't know necessarily that they have to, but I don't believe that they've looked at it for anything other than credit recovery. I believe that in Lodi Unified, our teachers should be the basis for their learning. They are the ones to write the curriculum, to make sure there's rigor, that when a college is looking at a student coming from Lodi High, that we are competing with other high schools and that they know that, hey, Lodi High students, their teachers are very rigorous in their teaching, their expectations. To hear that this model is asynchronous and that's why we need it, isn't that our independent study model where we have teachers doing that and that teachers then check in with them every so many weeks? To me, this is supplanting teachers. This is very upsetting to hear that we're looking at and doing for 3 years this much money and using mitigation money. I'm sorry, use the mitigation money. I don't know, I'm going to throw it out there. I'm going to be that just pain in the rear right now and say, put it into masks or PPE wear or washing stations or hand sanitizer for every classroom. But, or the other kinds of things like Blocksy that teachers have found that works fabulous for teachers to get online. Why are we not looking at online platforms for 3 years, investing in that the teachers have their own curriculum and are teaching face to face? I do not see the value in us taking away a teacher from a student and using, okay, you're going to turn this on. Okay, you've done those 4 assignments. Now I'm going to unlock it. You can take the test and go on. It is self-paced, but shouldn't, if that is what we want, if we want rigor, if we want our kids graduating at the top of the line, don't we want our teachers teaching that? I am so, my mind is blown that we are looking at this for all of our students. And if we want to offer Mandarin, then we go out and we find a teacher to teach that. Our teachers are our backbone, and we want them to be in front of a student and not just a device. We've all said distance learning and this in front of a device, they're making great strides. But we don't want them just to be turning on and off the key of now you can take the test, now you can't. And that's what happened fourth quarter, because those teachers are only paid on a time card. So district, you're saving a lot of money by going Apex, but really, is it the quality that we want for our students and that we would advocate for? So I would say we would demand something of a higher caliber curriculum. And if this has not been brought to Curriculum Council for all of our students and all that coursework, it should go all the way back to there, or vote it down and just do the 500 licenses for credit recovery. I'm thoroughly, I can't put words together. I'm just floored that we would just spread this out, and to think that we're going to do this during the hybrid and the distance learning model. That is nothing that we discussed in the past. So I kind of feel like something we were not being told the truth as we're going forward. We understand that on the hybrid model and the distance learning model, our teachers would be teaching that. So I would encourage all of you to vote no for anything more than those 500 license for credit recovery. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Michelle. Mr. Palmquist, you had some comments. You're bothered by something over there.
No, I actually think we probably, I mean, your time is of the essence on a lot of this. I would want to point out that plan to have our teachers teach distance sections for people who want it for the whole year is still fully in place. And that is why the comments that Mr. Arbach made about all the VPs coming together and across sites, that is happening in full force. And we are offering more 120s than we ever have. And our distance learning sections are numerous. And like I said, encompass 33 honors and AP sections, digital only. I mean, that will continue no matter what. The full course load of courses we offer digitally, we are doing that, and our teachers are the ones doing it. That is the priority, and that has not changed. So I would hate for the fact that this could be opened up to everyone to be seen as that is somehow the plan. That is not the plan. So just the fact that this license is open to everyone, I think that might be a red herring as to somehow we've changed, a direction that the board has given. That has not changed at all. Our teachers are teaching every distance learning section we have, and we have numerous distance learning sections covering just about everything we possibly can cover. So I would hate to leave it unsaid that somehow that something has changed in that. It has not changed. And our teachers are the ones teaching it, and we still believe that. So just because all of our students could take this, which is what the proposition is from a financial standpoint, that is not the plan, to have every kid taking Apex courses or to somehow not have our teachers doing it. So I only want to say that just because I don't want it to somehow be construed that we don't have these digital learning sections in place and that they aren't being shared across the district. That will continue to be the plan. And that is the plan for the whole year. And the master schedules have been built for the whole year with that plan in place and those teachers teaching our kids with these sections in place. So I only say that because I don't want it to be misconstrued that somehow this is changing that direction of that plan. That is not what Mr. Solly has brought forward. That is not the plan. So I want to make sure that the board is clear that the board's direction and priorities are as fully enforced as it possibly could be in the 2 to 3 weeks that our schools have had to plan on.
Thank you, Jeff. We have two things, table it or no action. If it's going to be tabled, I need a motion.
Mr. President.
Mr. Freitas.
I have to agree. I can't see this as any way but dumbing down Lodi diploma. I can't see this anyway but replacing teachers and surpassing this board's authority and the curriculum council. So I don't need more time. I'm opposed to this. So, and I also see it as doubling our expense in a time that we even have to be more cost conscious. So I'm opposed.
Okay, I did not get the answer of table or no action.
You're just, Mr. Nava, you're looking for a motion, and if you don't get a motion, then it dies for lack of motion.
Okay, it died, and then we have no action.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's full on with our agenda. Staff will present a 45-day revision on 2020-21 adopted budget.
Thank you, President Nava, members of the board, Dr. Washer. The board received this report on the August 4th meeting. I'll present Director Andrus to follow up on that. Adina, you there?
I am here. Hello, President Nava, Dr. Washers, members of the board. We presented this 45-day budget revision at the August 4th meeting. Let me know if you would like me to, and now we're bringing it forward as an action item. Let me know if you'd like me to run through the presentation again. Otherwise, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. And just as a refresher, this effectively, it's the update from the state enacted budget, which updated our revenues. So we had our unrestricted LCFF revenues that were updated, as well as the one-time CARES money, of which 25 million must be spent by December 30th.
Any questions from the board? Any comments from the public?
No comments.
Comments, all right.
Mr. President, I move to approve. Second.
Oh,
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Everly to approve the 25-day budget revision. Order. Aye.
aye.
Next.
Aye.
Thank you, Gary. I had it on mute. Okay, I'm aye. I don't know who George Kelly, George Neely is. We need his vote.
Got 4.
Regardless of whether he votes, it's okay. Let's go with
Absent.
motion carries 6-0-1 absent. Approval of Board of Education Amendment number 1 through facilities lease to Lodi Unified School District. I won't read all that, but Mr. Khan, you're on it.
Thank you, President Nava, members of the board, Dr. Washer. This is the last contract that the board needs to award for the Tokay High Measure U modernization project. This is the classroom building, which includes an added 2 science classrooms, making total classroom space 20 versus the 18 portables that it will replace. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Khan on this item? Any questions from the audience on this item?
No comments.
All right, need a motion.
Motion to approve.
Mr. Heberly moved to approve, second by Ms. McFarland. Mr. Neely. Freitas. Mr. Knapsack.
Aye.
Mr. Porter. And I 7-0 motion carries. Ratification of the tentative agreement with California Employees Association. To approve. Excuse me, do we have any comments from the public?
No comments.
All right, moved by Mr. Neely to approve, second by Ms. McFarland. Mr. Knapsack.
Aye.
Mr. Heberly. Mr. Freitas. Mr. Porter.
Aye.
Nava, aye. Motion carries. A5, item 1.5, ratification of a tentative agreement with California School Employment. Move by, it's time. Mr. Neely moved to approve. Second by Mr. Freitas. Mr. Knapsack.
Aye.
Ms. McFarland. Mr. Porter. Mr. Nava. And Mr. Heberly. Okay, motion carries 7-0. All right, A6. A16, Expansion Valley Robotics Academy to include grades K6 beginning with 2020-2021 school year. May I hear a motion on this one?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Mr. Neely.
There is a public comment.
Public comment. All right, put them on.
Then Michelle Orgon.
Michelle, you're on.
Hi, thank you, President Nava. A question on this. I know that it came to us a little bit about extending the K6 as we did Valley Robotics in the past when we first organized it. We talked about agreements about how teachers would be placed at this facility. There's been no discussion or contact about going forward, and the last time we heard it was one teacher. Are we going to come up with an MOU to allow those in our ranks right now apply for this position like we did the last time with Valley Robotics? We have not, and will this be overseen by Mr. McGregor, or will it be seen by Mr. Palmquist?
Mr. Nava, members of the board, I'm not sure what the question is referring to.
Let
We're following the contract, and if the board makes a decision tonight and any employee group believes that there is an impact and effect, they can contact Mr. McKilligan and request to negotiate it at that point, just as any other decision that the board makes. In terms of supervision, right now it currently sits with Mr. Palmquist. There hasn't been discussion to change that. It is one school.
Okay, thank you. I guess in the past, when we did Valley Robotics and changing the plan, there was much discussion with bargaining units ahead of time. When it was brought to us at the last board meeting, they said that there would be an additional FTE, one more person that would be included. And I should not have assumed that we would have dialogue and communication before going forward with this, as in writing an agreement like we did with Valley Robotics in the first place. So my questions stem from, are we going to do as we did before, come up with an agreement, get it out to members in another timeline, or we need to bargain this, or it goes through the transfer process next December? It is very different than the last Valley Robotics, hence my question for that FTE.
Dr. Washer.
Mr. Nava, members of the board, if you make a decision tonight and Leah or any other group wishes to negotiate impacts and effects, they can contact us tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right. May I hear a second, please? Have a
Second.
motion.
Second.
Okay, been motion by Mr. Neely, second by Mr. Knapsack to approve to include grades K-6 beginning in 2021 school year for the robotics school. Mr. Haberly.
No.
Mr. Freitas. Ms. McFarland.
No.
Mr.
No.
Okay, Mr. McKnacksack.
Aye.
And I'm go aye, so it's 3-4. The last time we had consensus, that's why this item was brought to this motion here, to this action, because we had 4 board members that had consensus to have this K-6 at the robotics school. Something happened. It changed. Okay, motion defeated 4-3. Personnel matters, Mr. McCullough. All right. I got a silent board today. Motion by Mr. Neely, second by Mr. Eberly to approve personnel matters. Mr. Freitas. Ms. McFarland.
Aye.
Order. Mr. Knapsack.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Communications, comments from employee group representatives.
Yes, we have 2. We have Michelle Oregon.
Okay. Oregon's on.
Thank you very much. Boy, you should have, I guess, given that other person an opportunity. Thank you very much. I just would ask that as we go forward with distance learning, I expect to see continued amazing work from our teachers. And that as we move forward with safety in this area, especially within special education, that we look to do everything we can. And I don't know why I wasn't able to talk to you before closed session. I missed it, but I just want you to know as we bargain and meet tomorrow, I hope that the directions you're giving are giving teachers tools to keep them safe while they are testing. As the San Joaquin Public Health released a new document again today, hot off the press, they did insist again on 6 feet distancing, that we hold to that to keep our members safe. We need you to make sure that you are hearing all parts of the rollout of how in-person one-to-one is going. We heard at a meeting last night that they are talking about doing the LPAC testing. So it will not just be special ed. It will be our ELL students doing LPAC testing, which could need more PPE wear for not only just classroom teachers, but our paras who sometimes give the LPAC test. But that we also make sure that all of those people have all of the things that are set out in the protocols that we hope to negotiate and come to terms and agreement tomorrow with 2 in-person protocols being rolled out, one being a later directive. We would hope that we would wait until we have agreement to keep teachers and students safe. With regards to class size, I really appreciate the dialogue we had at the beginning of this meeting and hope that we look at all high school numbers, because we heard not just OK, but other high school numbers are high. And as the contract says, we'll attempt to try to staff at 31-to-1 when we have 49, 50 in a class. That seems that our attempt needs to be worked on just a little bit more. Tonight there was policy that we didn't get to, and on the things that you fly. My gosh, I can't think of the name of it. And we hope that just as we had an agreement while Lisa Katowski was here, that any policy that comes up for change that is new or rewritten, that bargaining units are able to weigh in, and that we can have time to consult with our members where they can meet and discuss that and talk about changes before it comes to the board. We'd also like you to pay close attention to the REMS, emergency procedures, as we go forward. As our teachers were faced this week with power outages, and they kept on rocking and rolling. Sutherland had the only hard time getting back on. Most of them returned to their homes where they did have some internet. However, some teachers did not. So I would hope that we do allow those teachers who don't have that to check out hotspots. I know that this board has advocated that in the past. People have been said no, and I said, well, wait, let's make sure that the kids get it first and then follow up on that. So I hope that would continue. We do have an issue with these emergency procedures, and while we're on distance learning, if there is a lockdown. So I would hope that we would send some direction to the powers that be as to, as we have other students on campus for testing and a variety of teachers coming and going, that robocalls are made right away when there is a possible intruder on campus, that teachers need to be aware if they're en route or they're to or from their school sites, and that we get those out very quickly. We look for better language on cleaning. What we thought would be done is not to what we believed would be happening from our MOU. And as I think it was Mr. Neely that talked about elections, and we've missed with all of these meetings this week, things that are going on. We would ask that let us not forget that November 3rd is election. And what are we going to do with election sites again on campuses for safety and for COVID safety? So just kind of putting it in the back of your mind to think about as we go forward and contracts come up. We were very happy to meet. We know the time plan was short for the learning continuity plans, but we hope that there is more time to talk to you as a board. I heard tonight there was a special meeting. So if there is, I would hope that we'd be sent information as soon as possible as to additional school board meetings if they are added. And again, we would hope that we would increase the time cards for site tech leads and our coaches that are working overtime to help our other teachers make this a successful distance learning experience. Thank you so much for your time tonight. I know it's late. I know after this, I still have more work, and I appreciate your due diligence on everything this evening. We can disagree, but still work together towards the best for all of our students and teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. One more.
Yes, we have Deborah Ladwig.
Deborah, you're on, Deborah.
I think she bailed.
Bailed.
Yeah, about an hour ago.
Okay, let me see. Any comments from the superintendent?
No further comments, Mr.
Further
Nava. Thank you.
comments? Board Advisory Committee
But I
reports?
dare you.
Any board members have advisory committee reports? Okay. I need a motion. Mr. Neely moved to get out of here. Second by Ms. McFarland. Mr. Porter. Mr. Nava, aye. Mr. Nick Knaxak.
Aye.
Mr. Freitas. Mr. Heberly. All right, motion carries 7-0. Meeting is adjourned. Yeah, you can.